Chapter 2699. White Tiger Mansion. Lin Ling kept explaining. The 100 great bloodlines were left behind by Huanyu's first batch of martial artists. The purest bloodline was also known as the royal bloodline, but this bloodline was very rare. On the contrary, there were quite a few collateral bloodlines. Lady Mei Shuzi, I've come to this auction 30 million times. When will you be auctioned? Someone suddenly shouted, causing the crowd to clamor as well. The enchanting woman suddenly smiled and said, when the time comes, the ancient stone auction will be over and I will be the treasure. This auction had been held more than 30 million times, which meant that the woman would only auction herself on the last auction. This was obviously a joke. However, it made the atmosphere of the auction even more lively. Alright, let the auction begin. The first treasure, the blood of the goddess. At this moment, with a wave of her jade-like hand, light blossomed in the sky, and an illusion appeared. It was a lovely woman. She was dressed in white and had rabbit ears on her head. At this moment, she was looking at everyone pitifully. These are people from the Eastern Territory's divine rabbit race. I don't think I need to say more about how precious their virgin blood is. That beautiful tree said with a smile. Sure enough, the auction was in an uproar. The blood of the goddess was extremely rare. Not only could it assist in cultivation, it was said that if one wanted to break through to the true god realm, the blood of the goddess could increase the success rate by 10%. To a peak true god realm expert, 10% was already a very high success rate. The so-called blood of the goddess was, in fact, the blood of a virgin. The starting price is 10 million deity crystals. 20 million. 25 million. Bids rang out one after another. Meanwhile, Lin Ling shook his head helplessly as he looked at the illusion in the sky. He knew that the young lady from the Divine Rabbit clan had clearly been caught, moreover having her blood released every year in exchange. No wonder that young lady was so pitiful. In the boundless universe, strength was everything. Without strength, one's life would be dominated by others. This reminded Lin Ling of Queen Xianxia. Was her race the same? Just as he was thinking, the goddess blood was finally obtained by an old man. Even though this treasure was precious, it was only useful to those at the peak of the true divinity realm. Thus, the final auction price was 50 million deity crystals. Next, one treasure after another appeared. Lin Ling's eyes flickered continuously. Those treasures were very useful to him, but unfortunately, he had no money at the moment. Next treasure. At this moment, an ancient rock appeared in front of everyone's eyes. At this moment, everyone was puzzled. What kind of trash is this? Lady Maishuko, you're not teasing us, are you? Such crappy stones are everywhere on the street. Lady Mei Shuzi must be toying with us. I don't want this treasure anymore. Let the next one come up. Voices of dissatisfaction immediately sounded. However, Mieshu was extremely calm. She smiled faintly and waited until everyone's dissatisfaction reached its peak before she slowly opened her mouth. It had to be said that this woman's method of livening up the atmosphere was indeed impressive. This is the realm-devouring beast's corpse horror. When her voice rang out, the entire auction house fell silent. World-swallowing beast? Then, countless gasps could be heard. The realm-swallowing beast was the most mysterious thing in the universe. No one knew how it was born, and no one knew where it usually appeared. However, many people knew that the realm-swallowing beast was immortal and indestructible. But now, there was a realm-swallowing beast's corpse horror? This must be fake. Someone muttered to himself. My ancient stone auction has been held more than 30 million times. When has there ever been a fake? Lady Mei Shuzi laughed. Hearing this, everyone's hearts suddenly beat violently. Such a treasure was hard to come by. The starting price is 30 million deity crystals. 40 million, 50 million. The deafening voices seemed to be about to open the auction house. Seeing this, Lin Ling could not help but laugh excitedly. Yu, who was beside him, looked at the skyrocketing price, and the corner of her mouth also revealed a smile that could topple a city. I'm rich. I'm completely rich. It's just a piece of corpse horror. If I take out the corpse horror that is as big as the city wall and sell it, I wonder how much money I can make. Lin Ling licked his lips and shook his head. The realm-swallowing beast's corpse horror was hard to come by. It was best to use it to improve one's physical strength. If he auctioned it off, it would be letting others take advantage of it. Lin Ling was not that stupid. Anyway, he still had 2 pieces. If he ran out of money, he could auction it off. As time passed, the price gradually reached 100 million. The realm-swallowing beast's corpse horror, this. At this moment, in a corner of the auction house, several men's expressions changed drastically. Great senior brother, is this the realm-swallowing beast's corpse horror of our Grand Court Commandery? One of them said. The blond youth beside him looked very gloomy. He was Sun Bone of Grand Court Commandery. In the entire Qingzhou, the realm-swallowing beast's corpse horror has never appeared before. This time, it has appeared. I think it must be the city wall of our Grand Court Commandery. The auctioneer must be Lin Ling. Sun Bone finally said. He was boiling with anger. This was such a precious item that even he had not used it before. In the end, Lin Ling had taken advantage of it. Damn Lin Ling. I really want to tear him into pieces. However, Lin Ling and Grand Court Commandery have reached an agreement. They will not interfere with each other's business. If we touch him again, I don't know what crazy things Lin Ling will do. What are you afraid of? Lin Ling has been abandoned by the Radiant Academy. The sun has set. What is there to be afraid of? That's right. Lin Ling was able to mobilize the 6 military camps because of his talent. Without the Radiant Academy, his strength is only a so-so. Hence, the great Qing divine dynasty will not value him anymore. His Majesty has secretly issued the Grand Court order. When Lin Ling is weak, we will give him a fatal blow. The martial artists of Grand Court Commandery spoke one after another. They remembered the humiliation of the past. Sun Bone also secretly clenched his fists, waiting for the moment when Lin Ling was completely defeated. Everyone, how about giving me some face? The realm-swallowing beast's corpse horror is ours. At this moment, an old voice suddenly rang out, causing the auction to suddenly fall silent. The White Tiger Divine Mansion, one of the 4 symbols divine mansions, was the lord of 4 Ring City. The mansion master was a prince of the great Qing divine dynasty. Ordinary people could not afford to offend him. Alright, I will give you some face. Since the White Tiger Divine Mansion has taken a fancy to it, we will not fight for it. Many people nodded and said. Thank you, everyone. An old man stood up and bowed to the crowd. However, although he seemed to be bowing, his words were mixed with a domineering aura. It seemed that even if the crowd did not give him face, he was not afraid. Wherever his gaze passed, people would subconsciously lower their heads. Even the 5-meter-tall giant did so. This was because the old man's gaze was like a divine tiger, wild and unruly. Then, the old man sat back down with a smile on his face. Chapter 2700. Despicable. Fortunately, someone from the Great Azure Divine Dynasty had stepped in to help Tating Commandery. Otherwise, the White Tiger Divine residents would have eradicated Tating Commandery. Now that they saw the corpse horror again, the White Tiger Divine residents could guess that it was Lin Ling who had put it up for auction. I heard that Lin Ling brought the 6 tribes barracks to blackmail Tating Commandery and got the corpse horror of the realm-devouring beast. That means that Lin Ling is most likely in this auction. This Lin Ling is really not simple. He just blackmailed 2 commanderies and then he left the academy. Now, many people are secretly watching him. That guy will not decline. Let's just wait and see. On the other side, Xian Linglong and Meng Lu also said to themselves. However, the auction was very big and they were not sure if Lin Ling was here. Similarly, many experts' eyes flickered. Ordinary people did not know what benefits Lin Ling had obtained in Tating Commandery, but these people knew a thing or two. Generally speaking, Lin Ling was a person who did not seem strong, but he had repeatedly caused a great commotion in Qingzhou. However, the following treasures caused the auction to fall silent. It was a piece of dead wood. The wood was very ordinary and even a little rotten. Lord Mei Shuzi, what treasure is this? However, this time, Mr. Mei Shuzi smiled bitterly and said, this is a piece of divine wood. The person who put it up for sale has a great background. He is from the Eastern royal clan of the Eastern Territory. I'm sure everyone has heard of this ancient imperial clan. However, this imperial clan has encountered a great calamity, so someone took out this item to auction. He doesn't know what this treasure is, but he does know that when the Eastern royal clan was still alive, he valued this treasure very much. Therefore, with the name East Royal Family, this treasure should be extraordinary. The East Royal Family was very famous in the East Territory and was also the oldest existence in Huanyu. There were even rumors that the previous owner of Crimson Prefecture in the land of 9 prefectures was the East Royal Family. However, the East Royal Family was defeated and fled the East Territory. Only then did Crimson Prefecture change its owner. Of course, whether this was the truth or not, no one could be sure. It could only be said that Donghuang was indeed a royal family whose name shook the myriad of worlds. The broken stone from before has a name, but this broken piece of wood doesn't even have a name. Although it's from the Donghuang clan, it doesn't mean that they specialize in producing precious treasures. Maybe it's just a piece of broken wood. Someone shook his head and said. None of them were fools. They wouldn't waste money on useless things. This time, Lady Mia Shuzi shook her head helplessly. Then, you can bid as you wish. However, the auction was still silent. No one was interested. It was the same for Lin Ling. However, when he used his 10,000 mammoths' magic eyes, his expression changed drastically. It was because he saw a layer of mysterious rotten wood that isolated everything outside the broken piece of wood, but the heart of the wood was a type of black liquid. Ancient gazing divine water. Lin Ling muttered to himself. This kind of treasure was extremely rare. It was born in the primal chaos of the universe. Not only could it be used to refine weapons, but it could also improve a martial artist's ultimate martial Dao. Moreover, it could improve all of the martial arts. Gazing at the ancient divine water, gazing at the past, in order to comprehend the martial Dao. At the side, Yu Yu was too familiar with Lin Ling, so she immediately sensed Lin Ling's emotions. Big brother Ling, is that thing extraordinary? That's a great treasure. We definitely can't miss it. Lin Ling said without batting an eyelid. He did not bid. Time passed quietly, and Lady Mia Shuzi seemed to have run out of patience. She finally raised her hand and prepared for the next treasure. 5 million deity crystals. But at this moment, a calm voice rang out. It was Lin Ling's voice. Everyone was stunned for a moment, but they didn't see who was bidding. They only knew that there was an idiot buying a piece of broken wood. Have you become stupid because you have too much money? Not everyone is very smart. If there are no idiots, how can we show off our intelligence? Everyone laughed sarcastically. However, the louder the laughter, the more excited Lin Ling became. Everyone thought he was an idiot, which was even better. He wouldn't have to spend much money to buy that treasure. Lady Mia Shuzi was stunned for a moment. Then, when she saw that no one was bidding, she was about to confirm, 10 million deity crystals. However, at this moment, a lazy voice rang out. 10 million, the peak of the idiots. Who is this guy? Many people were shocked, and their eyes began to look around. There's no need to look. I'm the idiot in your eyes. However, someone immediately spoke. On a chair in the east, a young man was eating grapes and lazily lying on his chair. Beside him, there were a few beauties that could topple empires. At this moment, some of them were gifting wine and some were gifting grapes, allowing this young man to live the life of an emperor. His exaggerated appearance undoubtedly made the faces of many experts turn cold. That young man dared to be so arrogant in front of them? Wait, he seems to be the son of the Azure Dragon Divine Mansion. However, at this moment, someone exclaimed. The Azure Dragon Divine Mansion was one of the 4 great divine mansions. It was also a giant existence in the Four-Ring City. At this moment, no one dared to be dissatisfied. They could only watch the young man eat grapes and drink wine arrogantly. Moreover, they sensed that the young man was doing it on purpose. He was obviously looking down on the experts. As for Lin Ling, his face turned ugly. He knew that the young man wasn't targeting him. He was just trying to please the crowd. However, this had ruined his plan. 11 million deity crystals. At this point, Lin Ling could only bid again. Who was it? So it's a fellow who hides in a corner and can't show his face. However, I like to do things that are different from others, so 15 million divine crystals. The young man glanced at Lin Ling and said disdainfully. He really wasn't targeting Lin Ling. He didn't even know Lin Ling. It was just that he wanted to impress the crowd and amaze everyone with a single brilliant feat. The Azure Dragon Divine Mansion had accepted a piece of wood that others didn't want. Rich people could do whatever they wanted. This guy is so despicable. Yu stared at the young man and couldn't help but curse. Beside her, falling flowers, flowing water, and the others also had ugly expressions. Wasn't this just looking for trouble? Beauty, do you want to drink wine? Come to my place. What's the point of following that piece of trash? The young man's eyes lit up when he saw Yu. He smiled and said. His attitude was as arrogant as it could be. However, the crowd was helpless. They could only accept their bad luck when they met someone from the Azure Dragon Divine Mansion. 16 million deity crystals. Lin Ling's voice was even colder than before. Hee. 17 million deity crystals. Hee. However, the young man was indeed despicable. He didn't raise the price too high, just slightly higher than Lin Ling's. 19 million deity crystals. Hee. Lin Ling said again. Immediately, a commotion broke out in the auction hall. The masked man was actually going against the young man from the Azure Dragon Divine Mansion. That guy was really tough. Oh, the price is getting higher and higher. Interesting, very interesting. 30 million deity crystals. The young man took a sip of wine and said lazily. Then, he stretched out his right hand and made an inviting gesture to Lin Ling. Chapter 2701. An invitation. Upon seeing this, Lin Ling's expression became even more gloomy. The price had reached 30 million, and he couldn't make any more bids. This was because there was no end to this, and he had to leave behind divine crystals to purchase cultivation materials. This sire is worthy of being called rich and overbearing. Fine, you win. I don't want this broken wood anymore. Lin Ling finally compromised, but his eyes were filled with killing intent. You don't want to fight anymore? The young man stopped drinking and was somewhat stunned. It was as if he had punched cotton. Because he was only trying to please the crowd and play tricks on others. Who would have imagined that Lin Ling would suddenly withdraw? Lin Ling had done it so decisively that he'd wasted 30 million divine crystals. After all, that piece of wood was probably only worth 1 million deity crystals. Of course, since things had come to this, he could only force himself to accept it. In any case, the Azure Dragon Manor was rich. Trash, you dare to fight with me, Aoki-kun? Go home and hold your child. The young man laughed sarcastically and continued drinking. Hearing this, Lin Ling remained silent, but the murderous intent in his eyes intensified. Damn it! Yu Yu frowned as she watched the treasure being taken by someone else. If that young man knew the value of the wood, it would make sense for him to compete with Lin Ling. However, the other party didn't know the value of the wood at all. He was clearly trying to crush Lin Ling. It doesn't matter. I'll let him be arrogant for now. That ancient gazing divine water will still be mine. Lin Ling said to Yu Yu, but his voice was very cold, with a touch of the aura of a must-win. Yu Yu was stunned when she heard that. She suddenly understood Lin Ling's intention. Following that, treasures appeared one after another. Lin Ling hurriedly searched for what he needed. Stone Eye Flame, it can increase my fire element talent and comprehension. I have to buy this. Frost Mirror Light Chasing Water, the most suitable cultivation treasure for early True God realm, very suitable for my current realm. I must get the 3 flowers and 16 fruits as well. As the treasures came out one after another, Lin Ling also joined the competition and bought quite a number of cultivation items. However, some unpopular treasures were the most economical, because many people did not know the use of those treasures, and this was more suitable for Lin Ling. He bid decisively. However, just when he thought that no one would bid, the young man from the Azure Dragon Manor followed closely behind Lin Ling. Previously, Lin Ling had made him blow a loss, so that youth was obviously going to waste his time with Lin Ling. This made Lin Ling fly into a rage. Was that guy crazy? Hee, that's how willful the rich can be. The young man seemed to know that Lin Ling was furious, so he shrugged nonchalantly. Many people secretly sympathized with Lin Ling. He could have offended anyone, but he had to offend young Master Aoki. Wasn't he courting death? This Lord Qingmu is using the Azure Dragon Divine Residence as his backing to do some outrageous things. How despicable. At the corner of the auction house, Xian Linglong said disdainfully. As they were both bloodlines of the 4 divine palaces, she naturally knew him. However, the latter was lazy in learning martial arts, but he was extremely exaggerated, which was extremely ironic. That guy is really unlucky. Then, Xian Linglong looked at Lin Ling in the distance and said. That's not necessarily true. However, an indifferent voice came from beside her, which made Xian Linglong's pupils dilate. She then turned to look at Meng Lu, not understanding why he said that. Hee, that guy is not someone who can be trampled on. When his anger reaches the peak, he dares to do anything. Meng revealed a mysterious smile. Who is he? Do you know him? Xian Linglong obviously did not recognize Lin Ling. Of course I know him, but that's not important. What's important is that the ranking of the Heavenly Transcendence rankings is about to begin. I don't know if that guy will participate. Meng revealed an expectant look. Lin Ling, fall or rise, it all depended on this moment. On the other hand, Xian Linglong was silent. No one knew if she had guessed Lin Ling's identity or not. Young master, I admit defeat. I can't play with you. In the auction, Lin Ling's voice finally rang out. He did not need to go against his own divine gems. Anyway, he had bought a large amount of cultivation resources. It would be good if he could get some rare treasures, but if he did not, it would not affect him much. Hee, you know how to lower your head? Let me tell you, I, Lord Qingmu, have never failed to get anything that I, Lord Qingmu, want. This time, I will teach you a lesson. If you see me in the future, take a detour and I will spare your life. Lord Qingmu laughed disdainfully. He liked the way Lin Ling lowered his head and admitted his mistake. That was the kind of domineering attitude he wanted. Awesome. Anyone who oppresses his opponent like Lord Qingmu would be afraid of being oppressed to the point of doubting themselves. Who asked him to be so rich and overbearing? We can't afford to offend him. That masked man is really unlucky. Moreover, he lowered his head and admitted his mistake quickly. Otherwise, if he continued to be arrogant, he would have turned into a pile of bones after leaving the auction. Many people were discussing and sympathizing with Lin Ling. However, no one knew that in Lin Ling's heart, there was no one called Lord Qingmu in this world. Even if he was still alive and still existed, Lin Ling wanted him to disappear. Provoking Lin Ling for no reason once, he could endure it. Provoking Lin Ling twice, he did not care. But 3 times, he could only die. As time passed, the auction came to an end. Lin Ling put on his cloak and quietly left with Yu. There were many people here, and he did not want to cause any trouble. However, after he left the ancient stone auction, the middle-aged man and the old man who had received Lin Ling at the beginning also appeared. They cupped their hands and bowed to Lin Ling. "Sir, the White Tiger Divine Residence requests an audience." That made Lin Ling frown. He pondered for a moment and suddenly thought of something. He frowned and said, "Did your auction expose the identity of the customer?" The White Tiger Divine Office was the one who bought the realm-swallowing beast's corpse terror. They wanted to get more corpse terror, so they went to the auction to find Lin Ling. "Sir, please spare our lives." The 2 people quickly knelt down and said with pale faces, "That's the White Tiger Divine Office. We can't afford to offend them. If he knows the customer who consigned the realm-swallowing beast's corpse terror, we can only obediently tell him." After they finished speaking, they kowtowed to the ground. Seeing this, Lin Ling sighed. He knew that they had no choice. He nodded and said, "Lead the way." "Thank you, sir." "Thank you, sir." The 2 stood up in fear and treated Lin Ling as if he was their ancestor. They kept apologizing and admitting their mistakes. Because if Lin Ling wanted to kill them, the ancient stone auction would have to sacrifice them. Fortunately, Lin Ling was a reasonable person. Lin Ling bid farewell to Luo Hua, Flowing Water, and the others and then went on ahead. The few of them quickly arrived at a restaurant. The restaurant had been cleared out, and only a few people were drinking. The moment Lin Ling stepped into the restaurant, one of the old men looked over. It was the old man who bought the realm-swallowing beast's corpse terror. "Sir, you have an extraordinary temperament." Seeing Lin Ling, the old man stood up and said, "Sir, please speak your mind." Chapter 2702. It was a dark and windy night, a night to kill. That fearless look immediately angered the experts beside the old man. These experts were all at the peak of the true god realm. They could shake the entire 3-ring city with a single move. However, such experts were willing to follow the old man. This showed how terrifying the old man was. "How dare you?" One of them shouted angrily. "Don't be rude." However, the old man waved his hand. The experts were stunned and did not dare to speak. In their eyes, Lin Ling was just a junior in the early true god realm. They could kill as many weak warriors as they wanted. "You must be Lin Ling." The old man looked at Lin Ling again and smiled. "Yes, I am." Lin Ling picked up the wine cup on the table and drank. He was still calm. He knew that the old man had guessed his identity the moment he found him. After all, he had extorted the realm-devouring beast corpse of the Grand Court Commandery. The real experts knew that he was Lin Ling. "Impressive, impressive. It seems that you are quite capable to be able to make Green State so mighty." However, the old man did not seem to have any ill intentions towards Lin Ling. Instead, he nodded approvingly and said, "I will not beat around the bush. How many realm-devouring beast corpse do you have?" "The Green Dragon Divine Mansion wants them all. As for the price, it is easy to negotiate. I have a Void Distortion Jade token. It can be used to cultivate for a year." "A Void Distortion Jade token?" Lin Ling's eyes lit up. "Yes, you are from the Radiant Academy. You should know about the fragment of the flame world. The void distortion jade token is similar to this treasure ground. It can greatly increase a warrior's strength. It is also a precious place in the Soaring city. Not to mention a year, even a month can greatly increase a warrior's strength. Therefore, my jade token is priceless. Moreover, you have left the academy. Many people want to see you fall and be disregarded by the great green divine dynasty. Therefore, you must be eager to increase your strength. One had to admit that the old man had a pair of sharp eyes. He knew Lin Ling's current plan. I only have one corpse left. Do you want it? Lin Ling thought for a while and said lightly. There's only one left? The old man frowned as if he was thinking about something. Time passed quietly. Finally, the old man looked up and smiled. Okay, deal. Of course, my void distortion jade token is obviously more valuable. I will use the extra price. How about that? I, Lin Ling, recognize you as an old friend. Senior, you are indeed a straightforward person. Hearing, Lin Ling, because the old man. I've long heard of Lin Ling's great name. You're a monstrous genius from the Azure State. Now that I've met you today, you're to my liking. Come, cheers. Senior, you have such strength and identity, but you treat me like a friend. You are indeed to my liking. Lin Ling laughed heartily as well, and the two of them began to drink and sing. Behind the old man, the experts were shocked. They didn't expect the mansion master to value Lin Ling so much. Moreover, Lin Ling didn't have the slightest fear when facing an expert like the mansion master. His courage was indeed impressive. The Sky Surpass leaderboard is about to begin. I will not say anything. I wish you success in clearing the leaderboard. You must know that there are many people who are concerned about you clearing the leaderboard. So, don't disappoint them. To tell you the truth, one of the reasons why I asked to meet you today is because of an old friend of the great Qing divine dynasty. She said that if she saw you, she should take care of you. I didn't expect that I would meet you right after she asked me to. Through the conversation, Lin Ling knew that someone in the great green divine dynasty was secretly helping him. As for that person, Lin Ling guessed that it was most likely Grandma Wen Dao. After chatting for a while, Lin Ling bid farewell and left. Night fell, but the four-ring city was still bustling with noise and excitement. Occasionally, the roars of divine beasts could be heard. Lin Ling looked up at the sky and realized that this seemingly prosperous ancient city was actually filled with piles of bones. Yu, the night is good. What are your plans? Brother Ling, are we going back? Of course not. The night is dark and the wind is strong. It is the time to kill. In the dark street, a cold voice was heard. The two figures disappeared into the night. At this moment, in the east of the four-ring city, in a lesser void restaurant, several figures walked out laughing. Who else could it be but Lord Greenwood? The lesser void restaurant was a famous restaurant in the four-ring city. Because the restaurant was in the void, it was unique. My lord, please let me go. Lord Greenwood drank wine and walked forward. Behind him, an elite tied up a beautiful woman and pulled her forward. At this moment, the woman cried. Shut up. It is your fortune to be liked by the young master. Those elites sneered. Looking at the woman's white neck, they all licked their lips. Lord Greenwood had met this woman on the road. She must be a genius who had entered the four-ring city. Unfortunately, the ambition of a genius was endless. When faced with powerful strength, everything was useless. So, this woman was captured by young Master Qing Mu. Gu Yun. At the front of the street, a young man was lying on the ground, screaming in pain. He was obviously seriously injured and couldn't even stand up. Ling Han. The woman also looked at the young man with reluctance. They were obviously a couple. With your trashy strength, you dare to bring a beauty into the Four-Ring City? Lord Greenwood said sarcastically as he drank wine. Breaking up a couple and forcefully taking the other half of the other, this was what he liked to do the most. Let me tell you, you geniuses can do whatever you want in the Third Ring City and Second Ring City, but in the Four-Ring City, you must obediently lower your heads. Now, kill him and bring the woman back. Lord Greenwood said again, swaggering, causing the martial artists on both sides of the street to be frightened. Ling Han. The woman who was tied up yelled out in worry. Unfortunately, the genius called Ling Han was injured before, and now he was no match for the elite behind Lord Greenwood. So pitiful, I don't know if they are the geniuses of the three great academies. However, they just came to the Four-Ring City and they met Lord Greenwood. How unlucky. This isn't the first time something like this has happened. Early-stage true immortal geniuses in the Four-Ring City shouldn't be too ostentatious. Yes, if you want to walk freely in the Four-Ring City, unless you have a powerful background, you need to be at least in the middle stage of true immortal. Seeing this scene, the passers-by shook their heads, not daring to say anything. Go die, trash. At this moment, a tall and sturdy man appeared in front of Ling Han. He was Lord Greenwood's guard, and his strength had reached the 4th level of true immortal. He stretched out his hand, and a blood-red light appeared. Then, he looked at Ling Han and slapped down. Dead. Many people seem to have seen a bloody scene. Xiao. However, at this moment, sword light flashed. Put on. Chapter 2703. Violent killing. Shua. Fresh blood gushed out from his neck. His eyes were wide open, and he finally fell on his back. Pang. When the sound rang out, the street instantly fell into a dead silence. Lord Qingmu was stunned, and so were the guards behind him. As for Ling Han and his wife, their eyes were wide open. Someone actually dared to kill Lord Qingmu's guards? And in the 4th Ring City? Pa! At the same time, two figures walked out from the dark street, a man and a woman. The woman was as pure as a green lotus, and the man wore a black mask, like the god of death. One was pure, and the other was cold, forming a clear contrast. It's you. Lord Qingmu quickly recognized Lin Ling. He couldn't believe it. The guy who spoke so humbly to him in the auction actually dared to kill his people? Good, good, I didn't think you'd be so bold. Lord Qingmu was obviously angry. At the ancient stone auction, I had no enmity with you, but you provoked me time and time again. I didn't think you'd be so bold. Lin Ling said indifferently. In the 4th Ring City, that's my world. Not to mention provoking you, even if I kill you, you can't do anything. I don't know why you've come, but if you don't obediently kowtow and admit your mistake, Lord Qingmu will make sure you can't leave the 4th Ring City. Lord Qingmu's expression was slightly ferocious. And at the auction, a piece of broken wood made me waste so much money. You'll have to pay me back tenfold for the loss I suffered. That woman can stay. He didn't seem to know Lin Ling's purpose for coming, and continued to be lawless. Hearing this, Lin Ling smiled, and his smile was very cold. What if I refuse? No one has ever refused me. Do you see, this is what happened to them. Lord Qingmu seemed to have heard the funniest joke, and pointed at the couple behind him. Do you see? They're the geniuses of the 3 big academies, but what use are they? I'll capture whoever I want. Young master, don't waste words with him, I'll kill him. The guards behind Lord Aoki said with a murderous look on their faces. No need, I'll deal with him. Lord Greenwood waved his hand to stop them. Green light appeared around his body and a dragon roared. Although he was ignorant and incompetent, his bloodline was clearly not weak. It was the talent of the Azure Dragon bloodline. I'm going to kill you with this punch. He took a step forward and threw a punch at Lin Ling. Roar. The roar of the azure dragon immediately shook the streets. Aoki-kun's strength was not strong, so he had always relied on his guards. But he saw that Lin Ling's realm seemed to be lower, so he volunteered to fight. This would also show everyone how powerful the young master of the Azure Dragon Manor was. Unfortunately, he was so excited that he completely forgot that Lin Ling was able to kill his guard with a single strike, so how could Lin Ling's strength be something he could offend? You really don't know what death is. Lin Ling shook his head. He couldn't be bothered to talk nonsense, and his fist also exploded forth. His realm seemed to be the same as Lord Greenwood's, but his physical body was extremely powerful, and his realm essence was extremely dense. When their fists collided, the Azure Dragon immediately broke into pieces and finally turned into nothingness. Seeing this, everyone's eyes widened. The bloodline of the Azure Dragon Manor was definitely not weak, so although Lord Greenwood was lazy, his talent was amazing. But now, his talent had been destroyed with a single punch. Bang! At the same time, Lord Greenwood's body flew backward. His right arm was broken and dripping with blood. After smashing onto the ground, he seemed to have not reacted, and his face was blank. What an idiot! Lin Ling walked forward indifferently. To him, defeating Lord Greenwood with a single punch was as easy as drinking water. Kill him. What are you doing? Hurry up and kill him for me. Lord Greenwood was stunned for a moment, then immediately roared. The guards behind him were still in a daze. That guy was so strong. Then, they all came to their senses and rushed toward Lin Ling with mysterious steps. Some of them were fast, some were slow, and their movement techniques were unpredictable. Young hero, be careful. Seeing this, Ling Han was the first to speak. He had lost to these guards before, so he knew how powerful they were. And these guards were all in the 4th level of the True God realm, and a few of them were even kings of the Western Kingdom. They were indeed not to be underestimated. But to Lin Ling, it was useless. Boom! Lin Ling did not even look in front of him, and his fist shot out. That punch seemed to have hit nothing, but a strange thing happened. A guard actually appeared in front of the fist, as if he had collided with Lin Ling's fist himself. At this moment, he lowered his head and looked at his chest, his face full of disbelief. You're too slow. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Lin Ling shook his head and said. He withdrew his right arm, placed his left hand on the guard's cheek, and pushed lightly, extremely free and easy. Xiao! That guard immediately flew backward, but halfway through, his body suddenly exploded. Boom! Flesh and blood exploded, and blood bloomed like flowers. In reality, after he collided with Lin Ling's fist, his life force dissipated. So strong. Seeing this, Ling Han instantly opened his eyes wide in disbelief. The mysterious youth was not old, but his strength was actually so much stronger than his. Pung, pung, pung. Lin Ling still moved forward, and no matter if it was slow or fast, he greeted them all with a punch. With his current strength, not to mention a 4th level of the True God realm, he probably had few opponents in the 6th level of the True God realm. Pung, pung, pung. Blood was like flowers, blooming repeatedly on the street like a bloodbath. The surrounding people all sucked in a cold breath. They never thought that this mysterious man would defeat a 4th level of the True God realm as easily as chopping vegetables. That fist was too violent. Even Lord Aoki was dumbfounded, and even worshipped that fist. If only he had this strength, how awe-inspiring would it be to blast one person with one punch. At this moment of life and death, this pompous young master was not worried about his own safety, but was dreaming instead. From this, it could be seen that he indeed deserved to die. Or perhaps, he, who had always run amok, never thought that he would die today. Until Lin Ling got closer and closer to him, he finally reacted. Kill him, whoever kills him, I'll reward them handsomely. However, there were still 2 guards behind him. At this moment, their faces were pale, and not only did they not pounce on Lin Ling, they fled towards the other side of the street. "You're courting death." Lord Aoki was dumbfounded. His guards were actually scared away by a stranger? Want to leave? However, Lin Ling did not plan to let them go. Pang! He took a step, causing the street to shake, and then shot towards those two people. "Senior, spare me, we're just following orders." Those two guards were completely terrified. In their eyes, Lin Ling was simply a monster in human form. Pang! However, one of them strangely stopped in his tracks. That was because his chest had been pierced through by a punch. The other person was so scared that he did not dare to run, his mouth trembling. They were tyrannical in the Fourth Ring City, and this was the first time they met someone who dared to kill them. "You don't need to talk nonsense, I'm not interested." Pang! Lin Ling said indifferently and punched out again, ending the last guard's life. Then, he slowly walked towards Lord Aoki. Silence. Chapter 2704. The Fourth Ring City was in turmoil. The ground was stained with blood, and a murderous aura permeated the air. No one had expected the Azure Dragon Manor to be so weak that they would be wiped out in less than an incense stick's time. "Actually, I'm here to look for you. My things aren't that easy to steal," Lin Ling said as he walked. Lord Aoki's face turned paler and paler. He stared at Lin Ling, not daring to say a word. "Aren't you enjoying yourself? Don't you like to be crushed? Now, let's see what happens," Lin Ling said. Lord Aoki's lips trembled, and his domineering aura disappeared. I won't kill you. We'll mind our own business." "Kill me? Who's going to kill who now?" "Kill." Lin Ling couldn't help but shake his head. How useless was this guy? I was wrong. Please spare my life. That piece of wood is yours. How about you let me go?" Lord Aoki crawled to his feet and kowtowed. "If I kill you, those treasures will belong to me. Do you think I need to waste my time?" "Kill." Lin Ling had already appeared in front of Aoki-kun, looking down at him. "You said that Sihuan City is your world, and that you can kill whoever you want. Unfortunately, you forgot that the true way to control the world is through strength. Kill. You won't let me go? Kill." Sensing Lin Ling's determination, Lord Aoki finally raised his head, his eyes filled with hatred. "I'm the young master of the Azure Dragon Manor. If you kill me, you'll die even if you run to the ends of the world. Kill. I'll wait for the Azure Dragon Manor to settle the score with me. Kill." Lin Ling sneered. He had already provoked the Thunder Manor and the Sovereign Marquis. Why would he be afraid of the Azure Dragon Manor? Bang! With that, he slapped Lord Aoki's head, ending his life. Then, he took the treasures on Lord Aoki's body and left. Dead, dead. The young master of the Azure Dragon Manor is dead. Kill. The people on the streets were incomparably terrified. None of them dared to stay, and they all fled in all directions for fear of being implicated. "Young lord, thank you." Meanwhile, the two of them kowtowed to Lin Ling. Without Lin Ling, the consequences of their actions would have been unimaginable. "Get out of here quickly," Lin Ling said indifferently as he disappeared into the cold street with Yu. "So powerful. I wonder who he is. Not only is he powerful, even his courage is extraordinary." Ling Han muttered to himself as he looked ahead in admiration. This could be the strongest generation. "Ling Han, let's go quickly. If we're late, it'll be too late," the woman behind him said anxiously, and the two of them immediately disappeared. After 3 incense sticks of time, a large number of powerhouses appeared. As they looked at the bloody streets and Lord Aoki who had died with his eyes wide open, all of them were stunned. Their faces were filled with panic. Because young master was dead. Who was so bold as to touch the Azure Dragon Manor's reverse scale? Junior. Not long after, a furious roar was heard. Soon after, a huge green dragon flew over from afar and swept across the ground, causing a large number of buildings to collapse. There were countless deaths and injuries. It was terrifying. Your Highness. The powerhouses on the street hurriedly knelt down. The huge green dragon finally stopped and raised its ancient head, looking down at the common people. You failed to protect young master. All of you, die. The green dragon opened its mouth and spat out a terrifying power, blowing those powerhouses apart and killing them instantly. Your Highness, I can help you divine who it is. At this moment, a young man in white flew over from afar and landed on the ground. Left Minister's disciple, are you sure? The green dragon immediately looked at the young man in white and said in a low voice, if you can't divine it, then you will die. No matter. The young man in white nodded proudly. A mysterious 8 trigrams compass appeared in his right hand. As he chanted, a mysterious barrier enveloped the entire street. What happened on the street before now appeared as if time had reversed. Who is this person? The Azure Dragon King's voice was extremely hoarse. He stared at the mysterious young man in the illusion, his eyes filled with killing intent. This person hid his identity. However, I divined that this person is a new rising star. The young man in white was indeed powerful. With a flick of his finger, he managed to guess a thing or two. Pass down my order. Capture all the geniuses in the 3 great academies as long as they are new rising stars. Kill them all, don't let them go. The Azure Dragon King roared, causing half of the sky in the Soaring city to shake. Countless powerhouses were also frightened. Lord Azurewood is dead? Who is so bold to pull his beard in front of the Dragon King? TSK, now many people are going to be implicated, especially the new rising geniuses. They are in danger. It is time for the Sky Surpass leaderboard to be updated. This is also the time when the most rising geniuses are rising. It is really an eventful time. Every corner of the Soaring city was filled with discussions. He is really dead. In a restaurant, Xian Linglong's expression changed non-stop after she heard the news. She looked at Meng Lu with a grave expression. Meng Lu drank a mouthful of wine and smiled meaningfully. That guy really wants to see the world in chaos. Every time he appears, the world is shaken. With the power of the Azure Dragon Divine Mansion, it is not difficult for them to find the murderer. Even if they catch the wrong person, they will still kill him. The leaderboard will be updated in a year. The Soaring city is going to be shaken. Xian Linglong shook her head and said. The death of Lord Azure would affected the whole situation. The Soaring city was obviously shaken again. This night was obviously a sleepless night. Everyone in the Soaring city was anxious. At this moment, Lin Ling also received the news. He did not expect the Azure Dragon Divine Mansion to be so powerful that it could cause the whole city to be shaken. However, he had too many enemies now. It did not matter if there was one more or one less enemy. There is one more year until the leaderboard is updated. This year, we have to work hard. Lin Ling acted as if this matter did not concern him as he led Yu Yu forward. 1 year seemed to be a long time. In fact, it was just a blink of an eye for a martial artist. Lin Ling planned to enter the distorted void. Firstly, he could increase his strength. Secondly, he could avoid the storm. This time, I must defeat the Grim Reaper. Lin Ling looked at the sky and his eyes were burning with passion. He had been waiting for the strongest generation for a long time. The distorted void was located in a corner of the Soaring city. There was no wind there all year round. If a martial artist was not proficient in martial arts, it would be easy for them to lose control of their body as if they were drunk. Sense the universe, don't sense the wind. Under the boundless green mountains, two figures slowly flew past. The man smiled and said, "Don't worry. Brother Ling, this is your first time here. How did you get familiar with it so quickly?" The beautiful woman said gloomily. Because there was no wind around, she could not control her body and flew unsteadily. Chapter 27:05. The Distorted Void. As they moved forward, more and more people gathered in front of them. In a valley, a large number of martial artists were gathered. Some of them were young, while others were white-haired. At this moment, they were all looking at a huge whirlpool. That was the Distorted Void. This mystic realm was controlled by the Great Azure Divine Dynasty. Those who entered had to pay divine crystals, and 1,000,000 divine crystals could only cultivate for a day. Lin Ling had the jade token given by the White Tiger Divine Palace, so he could cultivate for a year. Brother Ling, this jade token was given to you by that senior. My cultivation level is not high, so I'll cultivate for 10 days. Yu looked at the huge whirlpool in front of them and said. Lin Ling nodded. He guessed that cultivating in the Distorted Void was very difficult. Those who were not strong enough would not be able to benefit from it, but would instead be harmful. Yu going to cultivate for 10 days was about right. Sir, do you have a jade token? As the two of them moved forward, an old man looked at them with a smile from afar. He looked extremely polite. Yes. Before Lin Ling could speak, Yu saw that the other party was kind and amiable, so she immediately nodded. She thought that the old man was the guardian of the Distorted Void. Is that so? Then can I take a look? There are real and fake jade tokens in the Distorted Void. Be careful that you don't buy fake goods. The old man was still smiling. At this moment, Yu immediately looked at Lin Ling. Lin Ling frowned and shook his head. No need. Our jade tokens are real. As soon as he said that, the old man's expression changed. He said indifferently, "Young friend, I'm kindly reminding you. Don't be so shameless." His attitude changed instantly. A moment ago, he was still kind and amiable, but now he was cold and heartless. This made Yu's pupils dilate. You two reckless juniors. How dare you steal my jade tokens? If you don't hand them over, don't blame me for being impolite. Who knew that not only did the old man's attitude become ferocious, but he even walked toward Lin Ling with a surging aura. Yu immediately frowned. When did they steal the old man's jade tokens? His hands and feet are really dirty. In my opinion, such a person should be beaten out of here. That's right. Of course, he has to hand over his jade tablet and then kill him directly. The moral degeneration of the world is getting worse with each passing day. How can there be such a person? Suddenly, a large number of cold shouts came from the surrounding mountain range. It was as if Lin Ling and the young man were rats crossing the street, arousing the anger of the masses. Of course, there was no lack of people who sneered. These people had stayed here for a long time, and because they didn't have any divine crystals to enter the distorted space, they falsely accused some newcomers. And Lin Ling and Yi Shiwen were clearly newcomers who didn't know the rules. Moreover, they weren't strong, so they became the prey that they had set their sights on. This was also an unwritten rule in the Distorted Void. At this moment, the old man walked over and shouted, "Hand it over." Lin Ling's expression also turned cold. He didn't say anything else, and with a clap of his right hand, the tyrannical song sword behind him flew out. Go! The Ashura sword formation shot out coldly and mercilessly. How dare you! The old man didn't expect Lin Ling to take the initiative to attack. This guy didn't seem to be a pushover. He also clapped his right hand, and a mottled cauldron floated up. Purple smoke filled the air, and firmly protected him within it. He was a rogue cultivator who had been training all year round, so he had a treasure to protect himself. This cauldron was extremely extraordinary. It was a third-grade celestial treasure, and its defense was extremely strong. Go to hell. With the cauldron's protection, the old man revealed his ferocious side. Unfortunately, he underestimated Lin Ling's sword. Lin Ling's tyrannical song sword was a fifth-grade celestial treasure. Swoosh! Swoosh! The purple smoke was cut apart, and with a few slashes, the cauldron was cut into pieces. The old man was stunned, and then he flew into a rage. You destroyed my sunshine purple smoke cauldron? His treasure was obviously very precious, and now that it was destroyed, he naturally felt heartache. Not only did I destroy the treasure, but I also killed you. Kill. Lin Ling coldly spat out a sentence, and activated the Ashura sword formation to attack. This was no longer the Resplendent Academy. This place was even more ruthless. In order to become stronger, martial artists would use any means. The bones under the four-ring city were the proof. It was no wonder that the Resplendent Academy thought that Lin Ling would decline after leaving the academy, because it was indeed difficult to be alone outside. Of course, the Resplendent Academy had underestimated Lin Ling. The sword came out to take his life. The old man was still furious, but when the merciless sword came, his whole body trembled. Sensing the terror of those swords, he anxiously shouted, "I don't want your jade token. Retreat." Then, he frantically retreated, knowing that he had kicked an iron plate. Die! Die! Unfortunately, Lin Ling was decisive in killing. If his strength was not as good as the old man, he would be the one left here today. That old man was also a master who killed people like flies. Don't go too far. The old man had been hunting eagles for many years, but he never thought that he would be pecked in the eye by an eagle today. Unfortunately, the answer he got was several cold swords. Sword light flashed, and the old man's body froze in place, motionless, and finally fell on his back. Plop! When the sound rang out, the martial artists around the mountain range trembled in fear. You killed him? Soon, someone said coldly. If you want my jade token, come and get it yourself, but I can't guarantee your life. Lin Ling held Yu Yu's hand and moved forward again. The Ashura sword formation floated around him, making him look like an Ashura demon king. This time, the merciless martial artists around hesitated. That young man was very cold, and he was not an existence that could be trampled on. If they provoked him, it would be troublesome. Gradually, the martial artists around fell silent, and sat down cross-legged to cultivate again. Lin Ling's lips curled into a cold smile. No matter where, strength always proved everything. Space distortion. No one dared to stop Lin Ling, and Lin Ling and Yu Yu arrived in front of the giant whirlpool. This whirlpool was very similar to the giant whirlpool that was formed when two worlds collided in the past, but it was not as ferocious. Moreover, Lin Ling saw that there were many barriers in the whirlpool. This was clearly a void controlled by someone. Then, a divine crystal appeared in Lin Ling's hand. After looking at the whirlpool, he threw it in. Suddenly, some of the barriers in the giant whirlpool lit up. Yu Yu, you can go in. You have a total of 10 days of cultivation. Lin Ling looked at Yu Yu and said, after you finish cultivating, return to the rainforest market immediately. I will cultivate here for a year. Okay. Yu Yu nodded. Lin Ling brought her into the whirlpool. Since Lin Ling had the jade token, the giant whirlpool did not stop him. After entering, it was like a dream. It was like the moon in the water. The world inside was white, and the spiritual energy was extremely strange. Some places had rich spiritual energy, while others had thin spiritual energy. Most importantly, the spiritual energy was in a distorted state. It was extremely mysterious. Bang! Lin Ling punched out, and he immediately realized that his fist was also distorted. Then, he swung his sword again. His sword was also distorted, and all of his power was distorted. Interesting. Seeing this, Lin Ling could not help but smile with interest. What a magical place. Yu Yu's eyes were also widened. Then, under Lin Ling's guidance, Yu Yu sat cross-legged and cultivated. The effect of cultivating here was 10 times better than cultivating outside. Chapter 2706. Translator, Nyoibo Studio. His strength had soared. Of course, the distorted void was not absolutely safe. If the spiritual qi in this place was even denser, then people would try to snatch it. However, without a 7th level true god realm, Lin Ling was really not afraid. Therefore, those who came were all beaten away by Lin Ling. On the other hand, Lin Ling borrowed the external spiritual energy and his own treasures to crazily increase his strength. The first thing he needed to do was to raise the realm of his first dantian. Rumble. It had to be said that this distorted space had a miraculous effect. If one were to break through here, their success rate would increase by 50%. And after spending a period of time, Lin Ling's first dantian successfully reached the 3rd level true god realm. Following that, his second dantian also reached the 2nd level of the true god realm. This sudden increase in strength made Lin Ling involuntarily smile in excitement. Then, he opened his eyes and looked at Yu Yu, only to discover that Yu Yu had already left. This allowed Lin Ling to cultivate in peace. This time, he wanted to upgrade the tyrannical song sword. The current sword was a 5th grade immortal treasure, but with the ancient gazing divine water, the sword's power would be greatly increased. Deploy the eye barrier, heavy steel barrier. One by one, Lin Ling set up barriers, turning the surroundings into a forbidden area. In the distance, there were martial artists floating by. When they saw that Lin Ling was actually refining a treasure, they were immediately shocked. To be able to distort the void and refine a treasure, this wasn't an easy matter. It was because everything here would warp, and even a sword would bend. How could this be a place to refine treasures? Lunatic. Those martial artists quickly left. They felt that their horizons had been broadened. Moreover, after they left this place, they could brag to their friends. At least, they had seen a freak that could distort space and refine treasures. However, Lin Ling didn't know what the passerby was thinking. His soul force spread out and enveloped the tyrannical song sword. The sword was constantly twisting. In the beginning, Lin Ling found it difficult to control, but after his soul power completely enveloped it, the distorted feeling disappeared. This distorted void is indeed a land of treasures. Cultivating here can actually increase my soul power. Lin Ling thought to himself. His soul force hadn't improved for a long time, but at this moment, there was finally some progress. Rumble. As time passed, after Lin Ling spent a lot of effort, the new tyrannical song sword was also completely successful. It had to be said that although the void distortion could distort anything, as long as one mastered the method, the effects of forging treasures here would be much better than in the outside world. An 8th grade immortal treasure. Lin Ling looked at the brand new tyrannical song sword and couldn't help but laugh. Due to the addition of the ancient gazing divine water, the sword became even darker, as if there were water ripples flowing on it. As for an 8th grade immortal treasure, it increased the power of the sword heart by 40%, which was equivalent to the 4th level primal chaos force. My strength has increased by another 30%. Lin Ling mumbled to himself. The next step was to comprehend the Ashura sword array. He drank the rest of the ancient gazing divine water, and his eyes became deep. In his eyes, it was as if the great Tao was enveloping him. Tao. The secret of the universe. It was also the foundation of martial arts. Martial arts, martial arts, martial arts, then Tao. Only by mastering the secret of the universe could one's martial arts reach a level that could shock heaven and earth and make ghosts and gods weep. What an amazing ancient gazing divine water. At this moment, Lin Ling was extremely shocked. With the help of the ancient gazing divine water, his ultimate sword Tao was actually improving crazily. Sword realm. Finally, he had stepped into a new realm. Ultimate Sword Dao, the next realm after the true meaning of Dao, Dao realm. In terms of Sword Dao, it was the Sword realm. This realm gathered a large amount of true meaning of Dao to the extreme, causing a qualitative change, and truly becoming one with Dao. With just a thought, one could even mobilize the surrounding Dao energy, and finally form a Dao realm. On the path of martial arts, 100 schools of thought contended. Some people were very talented, and they could use their talent to crush everything. Some people had rich martial arts experience, and they could use the power of Dao to defeat their opponents. There was no one who was invincible in any realm. It depended on which realm a martial artist was stronger in. Unfortunately, I've just touched the threshold. Then, Lin Ling said regretfully. The effect of the ancient gazing divine water had disappeared. However, his Ashura sword formation had stepped into a new realm. It had 365 swords, and 3 of them were sword hearts. If he added the tyrannical song sword, he would have a total of 4 sword hearts. Moreover, the tyrannical song sword heart was the most powerful, and it had reached 40% sword heart. Swoosh! Swoosh! At this moment, the sky was filled with swords, and they were actually slicing and distorting the void. Condense. Lin Ling's eyes flickered slightly. He gathered all the swords together and tried to condense them into a giant sword. This was the power of the 4th level of the Ashura sword formation. However, the distorted void distorted everything. The swords were not straight. It's the heart that's distorted, not the swords. Lin Ling said slowly. He closed his eyes and gathered the Ashura sword formation again. However, the swords were still distorted and not straight. Again. Once. Twice. Thrice. After an unknown period of time, the swords kept dispersing, but they also kept condensing. If it were someone else, they would have given up. However, Lin Ling's willpower was firm. He continued to move forward according to his martial Dao heart. Boom! After an unknown period of time, a giant sword appeared in the distorted void. The sword was like a mountain, and its body was pitch black. There was a mysterious flow of water flowing around it. Most importantly, the sword was very straight. No way, are my eyes playing tricks on me? I actually saw something straight in the distorted void. Even the void has been changed. In the distance, many martial artists saw the giant sword and sucked in a breath of cold air. They were as shocked as celestial beings. At this moment, Lin Ling smiled slightly. He waved his right hand, and the swords flew back to him like a swarm of locusts. If he had not reached the Dao domain, he would not have been able to comprehend this sword. If the sword is straight, the heart will be straight. Lin Ling smiled and sat down cross-legged again. Now, his understanding of the sword Dao had increased greatly, and his realm had also increased. His strength had more than doubled. However, he was not satisfied with this because it was time for his flame Dao martial arts to improve. Evil flame change, 4th transformation, firmament change. The 3rd transformation, Qian Kun change, could increase Lin Ling's 5 realms speed by 1 realm. If he used the flame god's heart, it would increase by 2 realms. What if he used the firmament change? Flame god's heart. Without any hesitation, Lin Ling activated the flame coffin and flame god's heart. At this moment, his consciousness became a little blurry. The evil flame change was still trying to change him. However, as a martial artist, the more he did not dare to face something, the more he had to face it. Lin Ling believed that the day would come when he would be able to control the evil flame change. Crackle. Colorful flames rose. Inside, a man covered in red scales sat cross-legged. His eyes changed from time to time. One moment it was evil, and the next moment, it was pure. Above his head, a giant divine steel hung. It was the spacetime divine steel. Behind the spacetime divine steel was the giant flame god's heart and the burning coffin. However, with the suppression of the spacetime divine steel, these two evil things seemed to have calmed down and did not dare to move. Firmament change, burning the firmament. Chapter 2707. Yu is in trouble. Flame wheel. He stood up and raised his right hand high into the air, maintaining the posture of holding up the sky. In his palm, billowing flames bloomed like a flower bud, and then contracted, gradually turning into a terrifying fireball. The distorted space seemed to heat up. Looking from afar, a distorted figure could be seen. He was like a flame god holding a huge fireball, motionless. However, as the fireball grew larger and larger, a destructive aura exploded out, causing the cultivators in the distorted space to be frightened. They were deeply afraid that they would be implicated, and they all fled far away. Lin Ling's surroundings were suddenly empty. Not enough. Lin Ling's eyes were cold as he urged all his realm essence into the fireball. Boom! After an unknown amount of time, the fireball gradually changed and a new flame wheel was born. Within the distorted space, the flame godlike man was no longer holding a fireball. Instead, he was holding a gigantic flaming coffin. The flaming coffin was actually 100 meters long and dozens of meters wide. Its entire body was burning with multicolored flames. Compared to the flaming coffin, the flame godlike man was actually as tiny as an ant. Most importantly, the flaming coffin seemed to be beating like a heart, while the flame godlike heart behind the man had also disappeared. Obviously, the flame wheel and the flame god's heart had completely merged. The true god martial spirit has been unsealed? The first one? The man exclaimed. He was unable to react in time to this change. The flame wheel of the past could defeat a 6th-level true god, but the new one was obviously different. This was because this was the unsealed state of the flame wheel. As everyone knew, the true god martial spirit could be unsealed and unleash the full potential of one's talent. It was also known as unlocking the first shackle of one's talent. Some could increase the power of realm essence, some could increase speed, some could increase attack power, etc. After the flame coffin was unsealed, it obviously increased the power of fire attacks. Alright, this cultivation session is over. After the man recovered from his shock, he could not help but laugh. His voice was filled with confidence. He waved his right hand lightly and then strode forward. The ancient flame coffin floated out like an ancient coffin in the chaos. However, the coffin was beating like a heart, and after the man left, it completely exploded. Boom! Boom! A terrifying power bloomed in the distorted void like a flower, like an ancient heart. The entire void trembled and almost collapsed. At a certain moment, the distorted scene completely returned to normal. Distorting the void and restoring it to its original state, how could it be distorted? At this moment, the powerhouse guarding the distorted void shuddered violently. Unfortunately, just as he was about to find out who had done this, a figure had already walked out of the great maelstrom. That dazzling blue and white robe made the surrounding martialists' faces turn grave. Although a year had passed, they still recognized the mysterious young man. The blue-robed young man was naturally Lin Ling. His eyes were deep as he looked ahead, and the corners of his mouth curled into a smile. Although his third dantian was not born during this closed-door cultivation, his first and second dantians had improved. Moreover, the power of the sword Dao and the fire Dao had greatly increased. Now, he had the confidence to sweep across all 6th-level true god realms. The treasures that I bought this time have been completely used up. Even the treasures that I snatched from Lord Qingmu are the same. After that, Lin Ling smiled bitterly and shook his head. His cultivation was indeed costly, and this was still in the state of 2 dantians. If it was 3 dantians, just thinking about it made him feel painful. My first dantian is 3rd level true god realm, and I almost broke through again. Lin Ling stepped forward, and the surrounding martialists looked at Lin Ling in awe. They could feel that Lin Ling's strength had greatly improved, and he had actually cultivated in the distorted void for a year. This guy was indeed rich. Humph, what's there to be proud of? Fourth Ring City has countless experts. From what I see, his strength can only barely defeat a 4th-level True God realm. However, he's only a 3rd-level True God realm. To be able to defeat a 4th-level True God realm, that's already very impressive. Impressive my ass. Previously, someone took his girlfriend away. I heard that she's a disciple of the left Prime Minister. She's truly the strongest generation. Encountering such a genius, he can only swallow his anger. On a mountain peak, a few martialists with cold auras were chatting. They were all martialists, and what they disliked the most were those geniuses. Geniuses would always surpass them, and their cultivation speed was extremely fast, which made them extremely jealous. However, although their voices were soft, Lin Ling's soul force was extremely strong, and he naturally heard them. His expression changed instantly. Girlfriend? Could it be Yu? He took a step forward, and instantly disappeared from the spot. When he reappeared, he was already on the mountain peak. At this moment, without relying on the evil flame change, Lin Ling could easily activate the 3 realms speed. This was the power brought about by the godly devil body. If he used the heavenly dome change, he could reach the terrifying 6 realms speed. What were you guys talking about? Lin Ling's expression became cold, and he walked forward step by step. So fast. The people on the mountain peak had a drastic change in expression. They actually didn't notice Lin Ling's arrival. One had to know that they had a 5th-level True God realm existence. What we said has nothing to do with you. However, very quickly, an old man said coldly. In his opinion, although the young man in front of him was powerful, they just didn't want to cause trouble. It didn't mean that they were afraid of Lin Ling. What if I asked you to say it? Lin Ling's voice became even colder. Since it was related to Yu, he wouldn't show any mercy. With a step, he appeared in front of the old man, and his big hand reached out to grab him. Bang! The old man's neck was instantly grabbed by Lin Ling, and his face immediately turned pale. Lin Ling seemed to be only a 3rd-level True God realm, but the moment he made his move, he realized how terrifying his opponent was. Speak. If you don't, die. Lin Ling's eyes were extremely cold, and it was mixed with anxiety. It's the left Prime Minister's disciple. After you entered the distorted void, the left Prime Minister's disciple brought a large number of experts here. When your girlfriend came out, he immediately captured her. The old man quickly said. The left Prime Minister's disciple? Lin Ling furrowed his brows. He didn't know this person. He's the only successor of the Ghost Cave clan. This clan was born in the ancient era, and after a great calamity, the entire clan was annihilated, leaving only the left Prime Minister's disciple. No one knows his name, but he's the left Prime Minister's disciple. Yeah, and I heard that he went to the 5th Ring City and was valued by the crown princes. The others said one after another, and they didn't dare to be stubborn. Where is he? Lin Ling still didn't understand why the left Prime Minister's disciple was looking for trouble with him. East of the 4th Ring City. The warriors looked at each other and said one after another. In the 4th Ring City, the left Prime Minister's disciple was obviously very famous, so they knew where the left Prime Minister's disciple lived. Bang! Lin Ling threw the old man aside, and his body instantly disappeared from the spot, flying into the distance. Chapter 2708. A furious Lin Ling. I don't know if it's his innate speed or his physical strength. But when he grabbed my neck, I couldn't resist at all. That guy went to find trouble with the left Prime Minister's disciple? The left Prime Minister's disciple is ranked in the top 10 of the strongest generation. The martial artists on the mountain peak looked in the direction Lin Ling had left in, and all of them said solemnly. To the east of the Four-Ring City, Lin Ling was heading in that direction. The left Prime Minister's disciple. This was the first time Lin Ling had heard of this name. But he didn't understand why he had captured Yu. But no matter what the other party's motive was, since he dared to capture Yu, Lin Ling would definitely pay him a visit. Left Prime Minister's disciple, my wife Yu better be fine. Otherwise, I'll make you wish you were dead. Lin Ling's eyes were cold and filled with anxiety. Bang bang bang. He ran along the street and knocked down countless martial artists. Those martial artists were initially furious, but they couldn't see Lin Ling's whereabouts. They immediately reacted and didn't dare to be angry. Gradually, there were fewer and fewer people around the street. The area seemed to have become a forbidden area. A luxurious mansion appeared in front of him and there was a plaque hanging on it, Disciple's Mansion. This was the mansion where the left Prime Minister's disciple lived. To be able to own his own mansion in the Four-Ring City, this showed how powerful the left Prime Minister's disciple was. Who are you? Outside the luxurious mansion, there were many guards. These guards weren't weak and were all in the early stage of the true God realm. They were looking at the main road and there was a young man in a blue robe walking over. One had to know that this area was the left Prime Minister's disciple's territory. So when they saw Lin Ling arrive, they naturally stopped him. If you don't speak, die. One of the middle-aged men who looked to be in his 40s said coldly. I only have one question. Where's my wife? Lin Ling's cold voice came from the front. Your wife? I'm afraid she's been raped to death. During this period, we've captured many people. Who knows who your wife is? But you're obviously too late. Your wife has been arrested. This proves that you might have something to do with that matter. Since you're here, then stay. The corners of the guards' mouths curled into a cold smile. On the other side of the road, the expressions of some passers-by changed drastically. There was actually someone who dared to barge into the residence of disciples. One had to know that the Four-Ring City was in a state of panic. Many people had been arrested because the son of the Azure Dragon Divine Manor's chief had been killed. And the left Prime Minister's disciples were given the supreme power to capture people at will. Therefore, a large number of people were arrested, but no one dared to come to them. This was also the first time they saw someone who dared to barge into the disciple residence. At this moment, Lin Ling's pace was still neither fast nor slow, but after hearing the guard's words, his face turned cold. Yu was raped to death. At this moment, his eyes were completely red. All of you, die. Bang! He stomped heavily on the ground, and the entire road immediately cracked. Countless white jade bricks floated into the sky and tumbled. How dare you! The guards in front of the residence of disciples shouted angrily. They never thought that the long-robed young man would take the initiative to kill them. Boom! While they were still in shock, Lin Ling leaped into the air and threw a punch. The divine beast behind him roared, and the cord of the gods appeared. Whoosh! The punch contained the power to destroy 10 worlds, and it directly blasted the flesh and blood of the dozen guards at the front. They were killed without even making a sound. I don't care who the left Prime Minister's disciple is, but anyone who dares to touch my wife will be killed. At this moment, Lin Ling had turned into a god of death. The surging killing intent caused the passers-by to tremble in fear. This guy is crazy enough. Unfortunately, they didn't know that Yu was Lin Ling's reverse scale. Moreover, Lin Ling had just come out of seclusion when he received such news. Anyone else would be furious. Rebel, rebel. We were ordered by the Azure Dragon Divine Manor to capture him. How dare you kill our people? At the entrance of the residence of disciples, all the guards widened their eyes. At the same time, more and more guards rushed out. Your wife is already dead. A murderous aura that soared to the heavens erupted from the disciple residence, causing the entire residence to be covered in a layer of light. To these guards, they could do whatever they wanted because they were working for the Azure Dragon Divine Manor. Therefore, not only were they not afraid, but they were also filled with killing intent. Swish! 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 Dozens of figures leaped from the ground and shot toward Lin Ling. Along the way, terrifying ultimate techniques exploded, and half of the sky in the fourth ring city swayed non-stop. Although these guards weren't talented, their cultivation realm wasn't weak. When they attacked, it was a fiery battle. He's dead for sure. That young man is too impulsive. That's right. When the son of the Azure Dragon Divine Manor's Mansion Master died, the Mansion Master was furious. He didn't want to let the wrong person go, so he captured a lot of suspects. Since that young man's wife was captured, she must be one of the suspects. He should have asked his backer to come out and explain to the Azure Dragon Divine Manor that this matter has nothing to do with him. He's provoking the Azure Dragon Divine Manor by causing a ruckus in the residence of disciples. That's right. Many of those who were arrested were released after asking for help from their backers. This young man is too stupid. He actually dared to use force. The people in the distance were all shocked. They even felt that the young man had died an unjust death. Unfortunately, they had underestimated Lin Ling's strength. Countless martial arts surrounded Lin Ling. Colorful world essence energy exploded, and it could easily destroy 100 worlds. However, at this moment, sword light flashed. 365 swords shot out and cut apart the surging energy. The guards who were closer to him were instantly cut in half. Seeing this, everyone's eyes widened. One had to know that those guards were undoubtedly powerful since they could appear in the fourth ring city. However, so many of them had died. That young man's strength was not to be underestimated. Blood sprinkled down from the sky like rain. Moreover, a figure in a blue and white robe walked out. He held a sword and moved forward like the god of death. He killed 10 people with one slash as if he was killing chickens. Whoosh! Before the guards in front of him could react, Lin Ling slashed out again. Countless heads flew up at the same time. Blood spurted out from their necks and shot more than 10 meters high. Where's my wife? At this moment, Lin Ling seemed to have lost his mind. What terrifying strength! This guy's strength is probably among the strongest generation. But he's a new face. He shouldn't be among the strongest generation. He can only be a rising comet. Could he be the Dream Stream? Or the Ink Feather Immortal King, Luo Ho? There's another one. Could it be Lin Ling? The guards were obviously panicking and kept guessing. In the current generation, there were many geniuses, but only 3 people were known as comets. They were Dream Stream, Luo Ho, and Lin Ling. Chapter 2709. Left Prime Minister's Disciple. Wait, I'm not fighting anymore. Many guards threw down their weapons and ran in another direction. They were no match for the geniuses of their generation, let alone the strongest of their generation. Whoosh! However, as soon as they moved, a sword slashed at the ground in front of them, causing a deep sword mark to appear on the ground. It was Lin Ling. Where is my wife? If you don't tell me, don't even think about escaping today. Lin Ling leaped into the air and coldly looked down at these guards. Plop! All the guards knelt down. That young man's sword was too cold, causing them to lose the will to fight. He should still be in the mansion. One of them said nervously. Should? Lin Ling became even more worried. This meant that these guards didn't dare to guarantee anything. Whoosh! He swung his sword horizontally, and the guard who spoke was split into 2. Before he died, his eyes were wide open, and he died with a grievance. The other guards all trembled. This was too terrifying. What kind of reverse scale had they touched? He's still alive. He's definitely still alive. He's definitely in the mansion. The guards no longer dared to say anything like, should, and pointed at the residence behind them. Seeing this, Lin Ling's expression turned even colder. He raised the sword in his hand and slashed down. Rumble. The disciple residence was cleaved open by the sword. Countless buildings and city walls collapsed, and a deep sword mark appeared on the ground. Go, bring everyone out. The guards were completely terrified. They rushed into the broken mansion and brought out all the people they had captured during this period of time. Lin Ling's breathing quickened. He was deeply afraid that he would miss something. It wasn't until a familiar figure appeared in the crowd that he finally felt relieved. Brother Ling. In the crowd, a woman also saw Lin Ling in the air and immediately let out a surprised laugh. She was Yu. After leaving the distorted space, she was caught by the left minister's disciples and brought here to be sent to the Azure Dragon Divine Mansion. And the reason he was arrested was because of Aoki Kuen's death. Therefore, Yu kept pretending that she didn't know anything throughout the entire process. Naturally, she wouldn't admit it herself. Who would have thought that after only a year, Lin Ling would actually come in person and cause a ruckus in the student residence? I finally found it. Good, good, good. If something happens to his wife, I'm afraid this place will be plunged into misery and suffering. These people from the strongest generation are not to be trifled with. Seeing that Lin Ling's wife was fine, the guards let out a sigh of relief. They were completely afraid of that unparalleled demon king. Yu, are you alright? Lin Ling looked at Yu and asked worriedly. It's fine. Yu hurriedly hugged Lin Ling. Her tense heart finally relaxed. She whispered, they aren't sure who killed Lord Aoki, so they only interrogated us. They didn't touch us. However, I heard that if we were sent to the Azure Dragon Divine Manor, we would die. Even those who weren't involved would be beheaded. The Azure Dragon Divine Manor. Hearing this, Lin Ling's eyes turned even colder. Luckily, he made it in time. Otherwise, he would regret it for the rest of his life. Then, he remembered that he was the cause of all this. However, he caused Yu to be so worried. He felt extremely guilty. Yu has been with him for many years. They have known each other since they were children. She has been quietly helping him without asking for anything in return. This made Lin Ling feel that he had failed to fulfill his responsibilities as a man. Who are you? But at this moment, an icy cold voice suddenly resounded. In the sky, a scholar in a white robe appeared. He looked at Lin Ling with an icy expression, and his eyes were filled with rage. Minister Zhua. Seeing this, the surrounding guards' expressions changed drastically. They quickly knelt down. However, the scholar ignored them. He continued to stare coldly at Lin Ling. Because he was the Minister Zhua's disciple. He didn't expect that after leaving his residence for 2 hours, his residence would be destroyed. Even the people he captured were released. This infuriated him. This made him feel like he had lost face. Remember that he was the only descendant of the Ghost Cave clan. He had the responsibility of reviving his clan. He did not disappoint and was rather famous in Jianghu. But now, someone dared to challenge the Ghost Cave clan? Who are you? Staring at the scholar in white, Lin Ling did not give him any face. His tone was cold. This time, the Minister Zhua's disciple was even more furious. How dare someone destroy his residence and act so arrogantly? He growled, I am the Minister Zhua's disciple. I don't know you. But you captured my wife. Do you want to die? Lin Ling was unrestrained. When it came to Yu, he would not give anyone face. My guards were able to defeat many of the first generation, but you were able to sweep through them. You must not be a nobody. You must be Lin Ling, who disappeared for a year. The Minister Zhua's disciple thought for a while and said coldly, but, you are just a rising star. Don't think you are so great. I am the 5th on the Heaven Surpass list. You should kneel down and apologize to me. Kneel down and apologize? Hearing this, Lin Ling smiled. He did not say much. His mind moved. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 365 swords were shot out. His sword represented his attitude. He captured his wife and almost killed her. Now, he wanted him to kneel down and apologize? In his dreams. You dare to attack me? The minister's disciple did not expect Lin Ling to be so arrogant. Not only did he not apologize, he attacked first. He waved his right hand and a gust of wind swept out. In his opinion, Lin Ling was simply courting death. Because no matter how strong and monstrous Lin Ling was, he was at most in the top 30 of the Heaven Surpass list. He was the 5th on the list. He was not someone Lin Ling could offend. However, he had obviously underestimated Lin Ling. Before Lin Ling entered the twisting void, he was already ranked 18th, or even higher. Therefore, he dared to fight Lin Ling now, even the Grim Reaper. Whoosh! The gust of wind was like a ghastly wind. It shook the 365 swords. Then, they fell to the ground. The minister's disciple smiled disdainfully. It is better to know one's limits. However, as soon as the words left his mouth, one of the 365 swords shot toward him, revealing its sharpness. During this period, Lin Ling was threatened by the Marquis of Sovereign Heaven and was looked down upon by the Dean of the Resplendent Academy. Lin Ling proudly left the academy. Now that Yu was in trouble, his anger had reached its limit. Therefore, this sword strike contained all the humiliation that Lin Ling had suffered, and all of it exploded. Oh no! Oh no! The minister's disciple reacted and his face changed drastically. He waved his right hand and a mysterious compass floated out. Ghost cave inscriptions formed a substantial symbol that enveloped his body. Although he was strong and his reaction was fast, he was still a little slow. Although the final strike didn't injure him, it still brushed past his cheek. Chapter 27:10. The Qing region was vast and mighty. 5th on the Sky Bridge leaderboard. At the same time, Lin Ling's sarcastic voice floated out. This time, the surrounding area was dead silent. No way, the left Prime Minister's disciple was injured? Although it's not a fatal injury, but he is the 5th strongest on the Sky Bridge leaderboard. That's Lin Ling? I thought he had escaped from Qing region. Solemn voices rang out one after another. Everyone was frightened by this development. The left Prime Minister's disciple's face was gloomy. His right hand touched the sword wound on his cheek and wiped away the blood. He then put it in his mouth and licked it. He said indifferently, "You injured me? You. I wanted to kneel down and pay my respects, but I'm too weak and can't control my sword well. So I accidentally cut your face. Junior brother, I apologize." "Sorry." Lin Ling said indifferently, his words were laced with sarcasm. "You, very good. Sorry." How could the left Prime Minister's disciple not hear the sarcasm in his words? His face became even more gloomy. In fact, he thought that if he did not underestimate Lin Ling would not be able to take advantage of him. "I know you want to kill me, and I want to kill you too. So this battle is unavoidable." Lin Ling ignored the left Prime Minister's disciple's anger. He slowly kept his sword and left with Yu. "You want to escape?" Seeing this, the left Prime Minister's disciple said coldly. Lin Ling destroyed his mansion and injured him. Now he wants to leave? "No, I want to stay and fight on the Sky Bridge leaderboard." "I think you have the same plan." Lin Ling continued to walk forward and said confidently. "Huh, you think I'll let you live for another 3 days?" The left Prime Minister's disciple mocked. Lin Ling thought too highly of himself. Does he think he still has the chance to participate in the Sky Bridge leaderboard battle? Dream on. Today, he will make sure Lin Ling can't leave here. Aoki-kun, I killed him. However, just as he was about to move, a voice that shook the entire Fourth Ring city drifted out. One had to know that Aoki-kun's death had caused a huge commotion in Sihuan City. Countless people had been implicated. But now, the murderer had appeared. Moreover, the murderer admitted it himself. It really is you. The disciple of the left minister exclaimed. He deduced that the culprit was a rising comet, but there were many suspects, and Lin Ling was one of them, but he wasn't sure. Now, he was sure. Moreover, he never thought that Lin Ling would be so arrogant as to admit it in public. Now, do you dare to come and kill me? While he was still in shock, Lin Ling's disdainful voice drifted out. But it was clear that the left prime minister's disciple didn't dare. This was because Lin Ling was left for the Azure Dragon King. If he dared to kill him, he would be going against the Azure Dragon King's will. 3 days later, I'll take your head. Lin Ling gradually disappeared into the distance, and his cold voice drifted out again. Lin Ling had no enmity with the left minister's disciple, but the other party had captured Yu and wanted to flatter the Azure Dragon King. Because of this, killing intent had already risen in Lin Ling's heart. Because he had chosen to flatter the Azure Dragon King and offended Lin Ling, he should face the wrath of Lin Ling. Lin Ling, Lin Ling, Lin Ling. Seeing Lin Ling leave casually, the left minister's disciple muttered to himself. He clenched his fists tightly, and a monstrous killing intent rose in his heart towards Lin Ling. This was because no one had ever been able to destroy his mansion, hurt him, and leave safely. This was the first. Therefore, he would kill this first. Young Master Aoki was actually killed by Lin Ling. This Lin Ling really amazes the world with a single brilliant feat. Yes, there are many people who want to kill Lin Ling now. There's the Thunder Manor, the Sovereign Marquis, the Immortal Plum Sword, one of the top 10 sword celestials in Jianghu, 2 large commanderies, and now there's the Azure Dragon Manor. So many experts want to kill him, but Lin Ling is still so calm. No wonder he's a cultivator of our generation. The people in the distance were no exception as they discussed animatedly. Now, Lin Ling's reputation in Jianghu had soared. Of course, the rise of a monstrous genius would either lead to a fall or an explosion. In the end, would Lin Ling fall or explode? This was what everyone was looking forward to the most. In a short period of time, the news of Lin Ling killing Lord Qingmu had spread throughout Jianghu, and countless people were shocked. Bang! In the Azure Dragon Manor's courtyard, an old man smashed a teacup, and his dragon face was enraged. Your Highness, we can't kill Lin Ling now because too many people are paying attention to Lin Ling. Moreover, Lin Ling wants to enter the Heavenly Crossing Realms ranking list. This is something everyone knows. If our Azure Dragon Manor kills him, it might cause public anger. Behind the old man, an old woman hurriedly said. So what? Dragon scales appeared on the old man's cheeks, and his killing intent soared. Let him live for 3 more days. After all, he has no achievements in the Heavenly Crossing Realms ranking list. The old woman said again, causing the old man to grit his teeth and endure. He had endured for a year, how could he not wait for 3 more days? It's really him. In the Black Warrior Manor, Xian Linglong smiled faintly. In fact, she had already guessed it. However, she never thought that Lin Ling would be so arrogant, actually daring to admit it in public. This guy was enraged, there was indeed nothing he wouldn't dare to do. I heard that the Sovereign Marquis has found him. Ever since that incident, he has been under a lot of pressure. In addition, the Dean of the Resplendent Academy reprimanded him, which made his anger reach its peak. It seems like that guy's temper has risen. He's not afraid of the Azure Dragon Divine Mansion. He's really arrogant. On the other side, Meng Lu was drinking tea, and there was a hint of admiration in his words. Because Lin Ling had caused such a huge commotion, even he didn't dare to do it. I feel that the Heavenly Crossing Realms ranking list is his martial stage. Meng Lu said again. Lin Ling obviously wanted to use this martial stage to prove himself. If he succeeded in clearing the ranking list, all the disasters would disappear. The Great Azure Divine Dynasty would definitely stand up for Lin Ling. Of course, if Lin Ling failed, the only outcome would be death. It's very difficult to clear the ranking list, and with all these things piling up together, it will cause many people to target Lin Ling. However, Xian Linglong didn't have much confidence in Lin Ling. This was normal because when all the strongest generation targeted Lin Ling, it would be difficult for Lin Ling to fight against 4 hands with 2 fists. The same thing happened in the Resplendent Academy. Dean Qin and a group of higher-ups were sitting in the main hall, laughing loudly. What an idiot, actually provoking the Azure Dragon Manor, he's dead. Yes, after he fails to enter the Heavenly Crossing Realm, he will be alone and helpless. At that time, he might ask for help from our Resplendent Academy. I, Elder Bei, will wait for that day. Lin Ling's withdrawal from the academy had undoubtedly angered these seniors, and they were waiting to watch a good show. Even if he kneels down, I won't accept him. Dean Qin was obviously in the best mood among everyone, and he was so happy that he drank a few big pots of tea. In his opinion, although Lin Ling was monstrous, it was impossible for him to clear the ranking list in a short year. Men, prepare a tombstone. Engrave the words Lin Ling's tomb on it. Chapter 27:11. The leaderboard began. Yes, senior brother. Yes. A junior brother immediately went to prepare the tombstone and was extremely excited. Senior brother Death was the first on the heavenly surpassing leaderboard. Lin Ling dared to provoke him, this was simply courting death. Lin Ling, defeated opponent. Humph. Death snorted in disdain. In the past, he followed the Sovereign Marquis to stop Lin Ling. Later, he fought with Lin Ling and returned with a draw. This was the greatest humiliation in his life. After that, he was not convinced, so he spread rumors to force Lin Ling to come out and fight. However, Lin Ling was worse than he imagined. He actually did not come out to clarify the rumors. In the following year, he thought that Lin Ling had escaped from Qing State. However, who knew that Lin Ling would resurface and cause a great commotion in Qing State? The heavenly surpassing leaderboard was re-ranked. Lin Ling would definitely be a thorn in everyone's eyes. He could also wash away the humiliation and properly kill Lin Ling. All the experts were quietly waiting for the leaderboard battle 3 days later. However, no one was optimistic about Lin Ling. As for Lin Ling's friends, they were also not optimistic about Lin Ling. However, they did not gloat. Instead, they were worried for Lin Ling. 3 days quietly passed under everyone's anticipation. This day was also the day of the heavenly surpassing leaderboard's re-ranking every 10 years. On this day, all the geniuses would return and attempt to rush into the leaderboard. Because, stepping onto the peak of Qing State was their goal. And rushing into the heavenly surpassing leaderboard was also their only way. The heavenly surpassing leaderboard was held at Dayun Mountain outside Qing State. Because it was held here, all the warriors in Qing State could come and watch. Early in the morning, the sky was blue and the sun was charming. A large number of experts had gathered around Dayun Mountain. Moreover, there were dragons pulling coffins and hundreds of qilins flying across the sky. It was mighty and magnificent. This kind of Qing State leaderboard battle, even the emperors of the 10,000 realms came. The decennial leaderboard is about to begin. I wonder if the last generation of the older generation will still be guarding the leaderboard or if the new strongest generation will surpass them. Ranking is very difficult. Perhaps the rankings will change, but the top 30 strongest generation will never change. It's said that there are only 3 people who have the greatest hope of rushing into the top 30. They are Meng Lu, Luo Ho, and Lin Ling. These 3 people have all defeated the strongest generation, but they have not been recognized by the Great Azure Divine Dynasty. Tisk tsk, I heard that Lin Ling came from the Northland, so I came all the way from the Northland to cheer him on. Humph, Lin Ling is just a jumping clown. If he doesn't get a good ranking this time, he's dead for sure. The ranking had yet to begin, but the surrounding voices were already ringing out like waves, causing the wind and clouds to surge in the sky, and a chaotic universe appeared. And among all the strongest generation, Lin Ling's limelight was undoubtedly the brightest. Some people admired him, some looked down on him, and there were all kinds of opinions. Where's Lin Ling? Today, I will tear him apart. I won't give anyone face, not even the Resplendent Academy. At this time, a huge azure dragon arrived. The dragon's body was so long that one couldn't see the end of it. Its rolling aura caused the earth to be silent. It was the Azure Dragon King of the Azure Dragon Mansion. It was said that this was the king of dragon ancestors. One had to know that those who could become dragon ancestors were all tyrants among dragons, and the king of dragon ancestors was even more powerful. He controlled all the dragon ancestors. It was said that this overlord of the Azure State was the first dragon king in the chaotic universe. Lin Ling is ignorant and incompetent, and he has no respect for his elders. He has already been expelled from the Resplendent Academy, so don't bring everything to the Resplendent Academy. At this time, a large number of experts arrived, and the wind and clouds surged. They were people who could shake the entire Azure State with just a move of their feet. The person in the lead was Dean Qin. It's enough to hear you say that. The Azure Dragon King sat down in the mountain and waited for everything. Then, experts also arrived one after another, such as Thunderclap Mother, Marquis Sovereign, and so on. Among them, Thunderclap Mother specially came to see how Lin Ling would die. As for the Marquis Sovereign, his gaze was deep, and no one knew what he was thinking. On the other side of the Great Cloud Mountain, Lord Eighth, Red Jade Tiger, Sunset Glory, and other experts also arrived. They looked at the densely packed experts gathered, and each of them revealed a bitter smile. At this point, even if they wanted to help Lin Ling, it seemed that they couldn't. Everything depended on Lin Ling himself. Marshal Lin Ling will definitely succeed in clearing the rankings. All the armies of the 6 barracks also arrived, and their momentum was magnificent. Gradually, the area of the Great Cloud Mountain was filled with countless experts, and the sky was filled with figures. All the generations had also arrived, and the 1 million strongest generation on the heaven-surpassing list had already sat there, as if they were the rulers of the world. They were also quietly waiting for the younger generation to challenge them, but they also had absolute confidence. Where's Lin Ling? Don't tell me he doesn't dare to come. Doesn't dare to come? It's not up to him. Even if he escapes to the ends of the earth, I will personally catch him. The 2 strongest generation on the heaven-surpassing list coldly said, and their voices were not soft, and entered everyone's ears. It's the Grim Reaper and the Left Prime Minister's disciples. Everyone's expression changed drastically as they looked at the 2 strongest experts of the generation. The 2 strongest existences were going to attack Lin Ling, and Lin Ling clearing the rankings would be even more difficult. No, it could be said that there was no hope at all. Lin Ling, maybe he really doesn't dare to come. It was unknown who said this, but it made many people nod, because this was a very normal thing. Coward. The Grim Reaper had long held a grudge against Lin Ling, so he was the first to laugh mockingly. When have I, Lin Ling, not been able to do what I promised? But at this moment, an indifferent voice sounded in the sky. The voice was calm, but it seemed to reach the hearts of everyone, making them look up into the distance. They saw that in the distant sky, a large number of figures had also arrived, and the person in the lead was Lin Ling. Lin Ling, you're here. At this moment, the Great Cloud Mountain was silent. At this moment, countless experts' pupils constricted. Everyone knew that today's heaven-surpassing list was actually Lin Ling's martial stage, and Lin Ling was also the strongest generation that attracted the most attention in the history of the heaven-surpassing list. He's really calm and confident. Yes. Yes, so many experts are waiting for him, but he didn't run away. That's Lin Ling? Regardless of whether they knew Lin Ling or not, at this moment, they all looked at Lin Ling. Lin Ling caused a huge commotion in the Qing province, and this caused everyone to know him. Of course, this made many people unhappy with Lin Ling, but there were also many who secretly admired Lin Ling. In these people's eyes, martial artists were originally overcoming all difficulties to rise above the heads of geniuses, and only mediocre people would not attract jealousy. Lin Ling, defeated opponent, I didn't expect you to finally come. At the foot of the Great Cloud Mountain, the Grim Reaper raised his head to look at Lin Ling. His eyes appeared the reincarnation of the Grim Reaper, making people not dare to look directly at him, as if looking at him would take away their life. Bang! Chapter 27:12. Dim Light Reincarnation. Sizzle. Instantly, the entire Great Cloud Mountain was filled with gasps. The Grim Reaper had even prepared a tombstone. It seemed like he had to kill Lin Ling. Of course, this was normal. The Grim Reaper was the strongest of the generation. Lin Ling had challenged his dignity and wanted to remove Lin Ling from the rankings. If it were anyone else, they wouldn't let Lin Ling off. Good, the tombstone was prepared in advance. As expected of senior brother Grim Reaper. I'll be in charge of finding the burial ground. Gloating voices quietly sounded one after another. Bastard! Seeing the crowd jeering, Red Jade Tiger's face turned ugly. Was this a public humiliation of Lin Ling? Unfortunately, other than this group of people, most of the people wanted Lin Ling dead. Don't be rash. This is the ranking battle of the Great Azure Divine Dynasty. We can't interfere, and neither can they. Therefore, they're just trying to show off. Lord Eighth said calmly, making Red Jade Tiger endure. As for Lin Ling, his eyes turned cold as he stared at the Grim Reaper. He didn't say anything. In the past, he had been blocked by the Sovereign Marquis, but he wasn't afraid of him. Before the Sovereign Marquis could say anything, the Grim Reaper had taught him a lesson. However, he didn't gain anything in the end. On the other hand, this guy seemed to have suffered a great loss and was determined to kill Lin Ling. Lin Ling would make such a person wake up. Being above the strongest generation was in the past. It didn't mean it was now. Lin Ling, you little brat, you killed my June, At this moment, an ancient roar rang out, causing the ground to echo. The weaker people even spat out a mouthful of blood. Countless gazes were also looking at the huge Azure Dragon King. They were all frightened. Yes, I did. So what? Lin Ling also recognized the other party. However, since he dared to come today, he naturally wasn't afraid. Good, good, good. I'll turn you into a puppet and accompany my son forever. The Azure Dragon King was so angry that he laughed. In his eyes, Lin Ling was already a dead man. I'll wait for you. Seeing this, Lin Ling's heart became even colder. He swept his gaze around and realized that there were many people who wanted him dead in the vast Dayun mountain area. This also ignited his fighting spirit. With a wave of his robe, Lin Ling fearlessly said, I know how much you all want me to die, but I'll have to disappoint you. Not only will I, Lin Ling, not die today, I'll even settle accounts in the future. The broken jar had already been smashed, so what did Lin Ling have to fear? Not to mention, the Sovereign Marquis, the Resplendent Academy, the Azure Dragon Manor, and the Grim Reaper had all humiliated Lin Ling. If they wanted to kill him, then Lin Ling had no choice but to drag things out with them. This guy is crazy. Even leaving today is a problem. He actually took the initiative to resist. I'm just trying to show off before I die. Unsurprisingly, everyone was shocked again, but they were even more certain that Lin Ling would die without a doubt. Those voices made Lin Ling nod. He wasn't affected at all. He maintained his calm and prepared to clear the rankings. He naturally knew that many people wanted to use words to make him lose his mind. In the end, it would affect his performance and completely eliminate him. Lin Ling, you can do it. Lord, you'll definitely succeed. Falling flowers, flowing water, and the others stopped in their tracks and looked at Lin Ling. They were also very worried about Lin Ling, but they believed that Lin Ling would be able to turn the tide in this monstrous killing intent. Lin Ling, you'll definitely win. Similarly, to the south of the Dayun mountain, several figures were also looking at Lin Ling. It was Qi Yuhu and the others. Lin Ling's heart warmed. Right now, everyone wanted him to die, and there weren't many people who still supported Lin Ling. Therefore, Lin Ling couldn't let them down. Moreover, Lin Ling had already experienced countless life and death situations. This time, he had absolute confidence that he would be able to pass. Those who want to challenge the rankings, get ready. At that moment, an old voice sounded. The voice seemed to come from a distant place, but it also seemed to be ringing in everyone's ears. It was extremely magical. All the experts' eyes narrowed. They knew that the person who came was very powerful and could transmit his voice to the myriad worlds. The 100 strongest people on the Heavenly Crossing list don't need to fight for now. If they want to challenge the rankings, they have to go through 3 major tests. The voice floated out again, causing many to nod their heads. If they wanted to catch up to their seniors, they would have to pay more. No matter what kind of genius they were, only by overcoming all difficulties could they become famous in Qing State. Of course, this process isn't easy. If you're not careful, you'll be turned into ashes. Those who want to challenge the rankings, you must be prepared. Senior, I'm fully prepared. Hehe, only trash is afraid of being turned into ashes. Real geniuses aren't even afraid of death, why would they be afraid of tests? I've already defeated the 44th strongest person on the rankings. I just lack the certification of the great Qing divine dynasty. Around Dayun Mountain, many proud figures walked out. They were all from the top 3 academies. They had been waiting for this moment for 10 years, so how could they be afraid of fighting? Of course, there were some geniuses who weren't from the top 3 academies. However, if they had a backer, they could also fight. Alright, prepare for the first test, dim light reincarnation. A huge vortex appeared in the sky, and a touch of nirvana chi spread out from it. Dim light reincarnation? He actually drew this test. It said that no one below the middle stage of the true God realm can pass this test. Some of the ancient experts' faces changed drastically. It was obviously very difficult to enter the Heavenly Crossing list. Firstly, there was a limit to the cultivation time. It had to be within 2,000 years. Secondly, there were layers upon layers of tests. It was extremely dangerous. Lin Ling, are you confident? Beside Lin Ling, a white-haired youth walked over. It was Meng Lu. Beside him was Xian Linglong. Obviously, she also wanted to enter the Heavenly Crossing list. This woman actually had the strength to enter the list. However, she didn't want to clear the list. Instead, she waited for 100 years and planned to amaze the world with a single brilliant feat. 60%. Lin Ling looked at Meng Lu. Ironically, among so many generations, he was only familiar with Meng Lu. 60%? You must be kidding. However, at this moment, a disdainful voice sounded. A few figures walked out from behind. A tall youth said disdainfully. He seemed to be from the Heavenly Saint Institute. Lin Ling, I heard that you defeated Genji. You're 18th on the Heavenly Crossing list. Unfortunately, without the great Qing divine dynasty's approval, that kind of battle doesn't count. That's right. That's right. Maybe this guy took advantage of Genji's injury to sneak attack and win. That's right. We've already tried to enter the list twice. This guy wants to succeed in one try. That's right. The other youths said sarcastically. They had naturally heard of Lin Ling's name. In fact, Lin Ling was only their junior. However, this junior was more famous than them. Hence, they were jealous. Chapter 27:13. A terrifying maelstrom. It's Crown Prince Tianwen and Ouyang Shangqing. Yes. Everyone looked at the young men who spoke and their expressions changed slightly. Those young men were not weak and had defeated experts on the Skysurpass list. Unfortunately, they had failed in their previous attempts because sometimes, it depended not only on strength but also on luck. However, they had the right to mock Lin Ling. What does it have to do with you? Yes. Meng Lu immediately replied indifferently when he sensed the other party's contempt, which made the young men's faces turn cold. How dare a junior be so arrogant? You've tried to break into the list twice, but you still have to participate in the assessment. This means that you haven't entered the list yet. A guy who hasn't entered the list is so confident. I really don't know who gave you the face. Yes. Lin Ling also spoke, tit for tat. You. Yes. Those young men were speechless. Yes, they had tried to break into the list again and again. They were Lin Ling and Meng Lu's seniors, but they still hadn't entered the list. This meant that there was a problem. Trash. Yes. And Lin Ling directly told them where the problem was, because they were trash. How dare you? Yes. Fine, fine, fine. Let's see who's the trash later. Yes. Those young men gritted their teeth and stopped talking nonsense. This Lin Ling is really breaking a broken jar. Not only did he provoke the Grim Reaper, he even provoked the other young men. Yes. However, I think highly of his character. This is a martial artist of my generation. If you don't bully me, I'll treat you like a friend. If you bully me, I'll draw my sword. Yes. If such a character can achieve great things, it will definitely alarm Qingzhou. But if he dies halfway, that's all there is to it. Yes. Many people were surprised by Lin Ling's courage. He was magnanimous and fearless. Dim light samsara, everyone get ready. Yes. At this time, the ancient voice sounded again. On the ground, the 2,000 young men all breathed rapidly and shot toward the maelstrom in the sky. After passing through the vortex, a chaotic space appeared before them. What was surprising was that this was an independent space. It was dark and boundless, and there was only a ray of dim light in front of them. Those who reach the dim light will pass. If they know that they are no match for him, they can return to the starting point and be safe. Of course, they will also be eliminated. The ancient voice sounded again and entered everyone's ears. At the same time, the sky above Great Cloud Mountain turned pitch black. Everything that happened in the independent space was clearly displayed to everyone's eyes. At this moment, many people were filled with anticipation. They wondered who would pass the first test. This Lin Ling might fail in the first round. Someone gloated. He was obviously from the Lane Manor. This test wasn't just about strength, it was also about luck. Therefore, anything was possible. However, the first-generation members in the independent void couldn't hear anything from the outside world. Instead, their fighting spirit soared. So simple? Look, I'll be the first to pass. To be able to become a generation, every single one of them was a confident person. Even if they were placed in the myriad of worlds, they would still be formidable characters who ruled over a region. Those who were impulsive directly shot forward. However, at this moment, there was a sudden roar in the void. A gust of wind quietly condensed into a huge vortex and rolled toward the first-generation members. Weak. The first-generation members were powerful. As soon as the vortex was formed, they sensed it and said disdainfully, "Rumble." Many first-generation members also burst out with their unique skills. They either punched or slapped at the huge vortex. Rumble. However, something terrifying happened. The huge vortex didn't collapse when faced with the first generation's martial arts. Instead, it strangled a large number of first-generation members to death. At this moment, Great Cloud Mountain fell into a dead silence. The first-generation members were the elites of the early true immortal realm. But now, they were being killed like vegetables. That's a huge vortex formed when two worlds collide. Although it's not as powerful as the huge vortex formed when two worlds collide, it's still not something an early true immortal realm expert can block. If it's placed in the myriad of worlds, any world it passes through will be shattered. Amidst the silence, an ancient voice sounded, "If you're not careful, even an intermediate true immortal realm expert will die with regret." Hearing those words, everyone was even more startled. Was the first test already so difficult? No, this huge vortex can chase after people? Fuck. My God. Run. In the Nirvana Samsara, there was a sudden panic. The first-generation members found that they couldn't do anything to the huge vortex and wanted to escape too late. Did you see that? This is your fate. Let me tell you, this test is actually a test of attack and defense. At the starting point, Crown Prince Heavenly Rune and the others said disdainfully. It wasn't their first time here, so they were familiar with it. Although they seemed to be talking to themselves, they were obviously talking to Lin Ling and Meng Lu. Lin Ling, Meng Lu, and Luo Ho were the dazzling stars of this generation, but they didn't believe that Lin Ling and the other two were that powerful. Why are there flies buzzing everywhere? Maybe these guys failed, so they're looking for some sense of accomplishment. Unfortunately, Crown Prince Heavenly Rune and the others wanted to affect Lin Ling and the others' confidence. However, Lin Ling and the others turned a blind eye to it and talked casually instead. This kind of lazy attitude was undoubtedly more stifling than a fierce resistance. The first batch of people who rushed to the dim light, only 10 people passed. The others either died or fled back to the original place, completely eliminated. Who else wants to pass the first test? In the void, the ancient voice sounded again. Let me, juniors. I'll show you how powerful I am. Crown Prince Heavenly Rune and the others shouted coldly and shot forward. Before they left, they didn't forget to be arrogant in front of Lin Ling and the others. Rumble. A terrifying huge vortex appeared, rolling towards them to entangle them. Get lost. Crown Prince Heavenly Rune and the others unleashed their talents. They actually had a 9th-grade divine body and true immortal martial spirit. As soon as they released their true immortal martial spirit, the huge vortex retreated. Amazing! Many people exclaimed. The previous generations had also attacked, but it had no effect on the huge vortex. On the other hand, Crown Prince Heavenly Rune and the others could. This showed the difference between the two. Crown Prince Heavenly Rune and the others smiled proudly and burst out with the speed of 3 realms, shooting towards the dim light. However, on the way, another huge vortex appeared and shot towards them with the speed of 3 realms. These huge vortexes seemed to be spiritual and could actually take the initiative to chase after people. Crown Prince Heavenly Rune and the others are in danger. Seeing this, many people secretly clenched their fists, worried for Crown Prince Heavenly Rune and the others. Who else but me? However, did they need to worry about Crown Prince Heavenly Rune? Billowing energy erupted and repelled the huge vortex once again. Then, they elegantly reached the end. In this batch, half of them had passed. Among them, Crown Prince Heavenly Rune and Wuxia Xianxia were the most carefree and unharmed. One should know that the previous generations who had passed were extremely miserable. Chapter 27:14. Trash is trash. The most powerful three of the first generation? What a joke. Crown Prince Tianwen was enjoying the admiring gazes of the crowd. He mocked Lin Ling and the other two. Humph, I wonder how everyone thinks. Are Lin Ling and the other two qualified to be the most dazzling comets? I think Senior Ouyang and the others are more powerful than Lin Ling and the other two. Outside Dayun Mountain, the cheers of the various academies rose and fell one after another. Among them, Resplendent Academy was the most lively. They were all looking forward to Lin Ling's humiliating return. Who's in the third batch? Just then, the dim light reincarnation spoke again. At the same time, Lin Ling and Meng Lu looked at each other and said at the same time, "Don't fail." After saying that, they shook their heads and laughed. Then, they shot into the void in front of them. Lin Ling and Meng Lu are moving out. Luo Ho and Xian Linglong are also moving out. These four are the most dazzling comets of the first generation. I wonder which one of them will pass. Everyone was looking forward to it. One should know that many of the first generation wanted to enter the heavenly surpass list. However, the most famous one was Lin Ling and the other two because they had defeated the top 30 strongest generation. However, the dim light reincarnation was not only about strength, but also luck. Therefore, being famous did not mean that one could pass smoothly. At this moment, Xian Linglong, Luo Ho, and the others burst out with shocking speed. They reached the four realms speed and disappeared into the void. Then, they reached the destination. Amazing! Seeing this, many people cried out in surprise. For realm speed, they had surpassed the speed of the maelstrom. Therefore, they could pass easily. Moreover, Xian Linglong and the others did not burst out their martial arts. Obviously, they were hiding something. Even Lin Ling was secretly surprised because he could unleash the 6 realm speed with his full strength, but his opponents did not seem to be much weaker than him. Of course, he believed that Xian Linglong and the others' strongest speed was only the 5 realm speed, and it was impossible for them to exceed his speed. Meng Lu's speed wasn't fast, but his innate talent had exploded, and his true god martial spirit had appeared. It was a mysterious person with no eyes, and his entire body was covered in a vast expanse of white. After the true god martial spirit appeared, a terrifying thing happened. None of the whirlpools could get close to him. Just like that, he easily reached the finish line. Chi! Gasps rang out one after another. As expected of one of the comets, he had passed the test far too easily. Tianwen Crown Prince and the others narrowed their eyes, feeling that they could no longer swallow their pride. However, their gazes quickly fell on Lin Ling, and all of them mocked, "This trash couldn't have failed, right?" Although Lin Ling and the other two were the most dazzling comets, it didn't mean that all of them were strong. At the very least, Lin Ling hadn't reached the finish line yet, so he couldn't be considered a success. Under everyone's gazes, Lin Ling's expression was calm as he strode forward. He could use the 6 realms speed and easily pass the trial, but that was not necessary. That was because he found that those whirlpools could kill a middle-stage true god, but it didn't exceed the limit of his godly devil body. Most importantly, he wanted to experience the limits of his physical body through the great maelstrom. This guy is stupid. Damn! He must have given up on himself. Damn! Seeing Lin Ling strolling leisurely, Tianwen Crown Prince and the others were stunned and then mocked him. In Dayun Mountain, all the martial artists were the same. Because everyone wanted to reach the finish line as soon as possible, but Lin Ling was moving forward slowly. Did this mean that he had completely given up? Boom! At that moment, the rolling whirlpool appeared, and the terrifying wind could tear apart any middle-stage true god. However, Lin Ling was still calm and composed. When the whirlpool arrived, he punched out. Rumble! The rolling whirlpool was instantly blown away. What? Shit! Many people's eyes narrowed. Previously, There were also people who could blow the whirlpool away, but they all used their talents. However, Lin Ling didn't. He just relied on a pair of fists to blow the whirlpool away. He's just deliberately mystifying. Humph. Tianwen Crown Prince and the others' faces turned ugly. Lin Ling was only a third-level true god, which was lower than them. They couldn't understand why Lin Ling's defense and attack were so strong. However, they thought that Lin Ling was only a so-so, because passing the trial was considered powerful. Bang! 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 However, at that moment, the whirlpool attacked Lin Ling again. What surprised everyone was that Lin Ling was still moving forward, and while everyone was still in shock, he punched out again. Boom! 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 The whirlpool was blown away again, but it soon attacked again as if it wouldn't stop until it was dead. Lin Ling also met it with a punch. After 3 times, the terrifying whirlpool was blown apart by the punch. This time, not only the Nirvana Samsara, but even the Yun Mountain fell into a dead silence. This is fake. Amidst the silence, someone began to mutter to himself. Boom! However, in the next moment, another whirlpool approached Lin Ling, trying to kill him. Unfortunately, it was blown apart by Lin Ling's punch again. This punch also proved that it wasn't fake. Lin Ling had blown up the whirlpool with his fist. How terrifying! Others would blow up the whirlpool and then quickly shoot to the finish line, but this guy is actually walking slowly to the finish line. Every time a whirlpool comes, he will blow it up. Finally, someone exclaimed in shock. This was the most violent way to pass the trial since the Nirvana Samsara. Finally, Lin Ling reached the finish line. At the finish line, the first generation looked at Lin Ling in horror as if they were looking at a monster. Even Meng Lu and the others were the same. As for Tianwen Crown Prince and the others, they looked as if they had been slapped in the face, and they couldn't say a word. In order to show off, he actually tried to break the whirlpool even if he was injured. I think this guy won't be able to pass the second stage. I think so too. He must have suffered some internal injuries. Subsequently, Tianwen Crown Prince and the others said one after another. To put it bluntly, they were jealous. Unfortunately, Lin Ling didn't even look at them. There was only sarcasm in his eyes. With his current strength, he wasn't afraid of the Grim Reaper, so why should he be afraid of these ancient first generation? Trash is trash. Of course, Lin Ling also muttered to himself, which made Tianwen Crown Prince and the others angry. Lin Ling, you're amazing. How much of your strength did you use before? Meng Lu asked curiously. He knew that Lin Ling could definitely pass, but how much strength he used was the most important. What about you? Lin Ling also asked. Meng Lu didn't hide and said directly, 50%. Me too. Xian Linglong and Luo Ho said. In fact, they had already used 70% of their strength, but they were embarrassed to say it out loud. As for Tianwen Crown Prince and the others, they had naturally used 90% of their strength. Same as you. Lin Ling said with a smile. In fact, he had only used 30%, or even 20%. That's more like it. Hearing that, Meng Lu finally relaxed. He was afraid that Lin Ling had only used 40% of his strength, because that meant that he was still weaker than Lin Ling. In the first stage, 1,000 people were eliminated from 2,000 people. This showed how cruel it was. There were even 600 to 700 people who died. Chapter 27:15. Guanghua Seal Realm. The second stage is the Wide Flower Seal Realm. Those who pass must collect 999 bells or fail. At that instant, the ancient voice was heard once again. Everyone stepped into the dim light, and when they reappeared, they were in another void. This is a small world, and also a small avatar of the universal chaos. The ancient voice explained. Everyone looked over and found that there were also 10,000 worlds here, but there were no living creatures here. A deathly aura filled the entire void. This was clearly the universal chaos that had yet to mature, or perhaps it was already dead. The universal bell is inside. Go and find it yourselves. The ancient voice floated out again. The eyes of the remaining 1,000 first-generation geniuses lit up. This stage didn't seem too difficult. Look at my heaven's eye. One of the first-generation expert's pupils flickered with a peculiar light, erupting with his innate talent. That was a pair of mysterious eyes, able to see through the sun, moon, stars, great rivers, and dragon veins. I found it. The first generation was overjoyed. He hurriedly shot towards one of the realms. A moment later, he returned with a large number of bells in his hand. The bells looked ordinary, but they emitted clear ringing sounds. That's the universe bell. No way, he passed so quickly. This stage is very advantageous for some geniuses with heavenly eye divine ability. Yeah, it's too easy on them. The other first-generation members were taken aback, and immediately voiced their dissatisfaction. However, the aged voice in the void sneered and didn't say anything else. Rumble. After he sneered, a rumble suddenly broke out in the endless void. The first generation with the bell in his hand emitted a strange light, and then it exploded. The explosive power could be said to be the power to destroy the world. What's going on? Those bells will explode? And the power is too terrifying, isn't it? A single bell is like the explosion of 10 realms, and there is more than one of these bells. Could it be the legendary world-destroying bell? The first generation, who were still far away, cried out in alarm. Their faces were extremely pale. How was this simple? This was a matter of life and death. That Dai who tried to test the waters died an unjust death. I know, these bells should be the world-exterminating bells. Not only do they have strong explosive power, they also have terrifying speed. As long as one touches the bells, it will trigger a world-exterminating explosion. However, at this moment, a solemn voice suddenly sounded. Moreover, he also shot towards the myriad realms. When he returned, a large number of bells appeared behind him. They were like the lanterns of the death god that followed him. Moon meditation dark star steps. That first-generation leader let out a furious roar and actually erupted with the speed of 4 realms. He weaved through the bells one after another, and those mysterious bells chased after him, but they simply couldn't get close to him. He was fine. Facing the terrifying world-exterminating bell, he was like a fish in water, safe and sound. Such a scene undoubtedly caused many people to open their mouths wide. That first generation was too powerful. I passed. As the first-generation successor flashed through the void with mysterious footsteps, he couldn't help but shout in excitement. To pass, you need to collect 999 bells. Have you collected them yet? However, very quickly, that ancient voice sounded again. Only then did people realize that the first-generation successor could only avoid the bells, but didn't collect all of them. This is very simple. Watch me. That first-generation successor suddenly smiled confidently and began to collect the bells. Rumble. However, in the process of collecting, a terrifying world-exterminating power erupted. That first-generation successor was killed alive, and his bones were also blasted into pieces. This time, everyone was like cicadas in winter. Could it be that there are real and fake bells? Someone let out a doubtful voice, but it caused even more people to nod. This meant that not only did they have to avoid the world-exterminating explosion of the bells, but they also had to find the real bells. Only the real bells wouldn't cause the world-exterminating explosion. And this was even more difficult than imagined. A moment of carelessness and they were afraid that they would forever be annihilated. The sky-surpassing list is indeed not easy to rush up. I give up. Even if I can avoid those bells, I can't find the real bells. I also give up. I'm the opposite. My heavens, I can see the real bells, but I can't avoid the world-exterminating bells. Many first-generation successors paled and gave up on the second round. It was too difficult. This was a comprehensive test for them. Only trash will give up. Let me do it. However, some were afraid, and some were not. That heavenly rune crown prince made his move. He shot into the myriad of worlds and then appeared with a large number of bells. And he burst out with the speed of 4 realms. Among the thousands of bells, he swam like a fish and quickly collected the real bells. A moment later, he narrowly passed. This time, he became the first person to pass. In this world, if not me, who can do it? A proud roar floated out from his mouth. He seemed to be able to see that among these bells, there were world-exterminating bells and the bells needed for the test. As long as one could avoid the world-exterminating bells and find the bells needed for the test, this round would not be difficult. And with him opening the door, the others also understood, and one after another, they followed suit. Gradually, some people failed and some passed. This round was indeed dependent on luck. Because after some people entered the myriad of worlds, none of the bells they brought out were real. Next, they were going to be unlucky, waiting to be chased by countless world-exterminating bells. And Xian Linglong soon went out to fight. She was the same as Luo Ho, extremely lucky. After entering a realm, she brought out a large number of bells, but among the bells, more than 900 were real. So, they passed smoothly. On the contrary, Meng Lu was more unlucky than them. He needed to enter 2 realms to collect all the bells. And in the process, he also suffered heavy injuries, bombarded by the world-exterminating power of the bells. Trash! Trash! Seeing this, Heavenly Rune Crown Prince and the others laughed gloatingly. Sensing those voices, Meng Lu did not refute. He could only say that his luck was too bad. The last one, Lin Ling. At this moment, an ancient voice came from the void, causing all eyes to look at Lin Ling. Lin Ling's results in the first round were very dazzling. How about the second round? Countless pairs of eyes were focused on Lin Ling. Many gloating smiles also quietly rose on their faces. The most dazzling comet? Now, they could prove whether it was true or not. Moreover, the Thunder Manor, Azure Dragon Manor, and Resplendent Academy were all watching Lin Ling. If Lin Ling failed, he would be doomed eternally. Lin Ling, do your best. Cheers. Yu and the others secretly clenched their fists and said. However, under everyone's gaze, Lin Ling was still floating in the void, and did not make any moves. Trash, go on, don't you dare. Cheers. Heavenly Rune Crown Prince still regarded himself as a senior brother. With his hands behind his back, he shouted angrily. He believed that Lin Ling was definitely afraid. And this round tested speed, heavenly eye, and luck. All 3 were indispensable. Chapter 27:16. His luck was terrible. Crown Prince Tianwen, right? You've collected 990 bells, so you're proud of yourself? Lin Ling looked at Crown Prince Tianwen. That's right, let me tell you, Lin Ling's senior brother's Wa is my brother, and he told me to have fun with you in the trial. Crown Prince Tianwen finally said why he was targeting Lin Ling. He and Minister's Wa students were from the same school. So that's how it is. That's good. If I collect 1,800 bells, you have to curse your senior brother as trash in front of everyone. How about it? Lin Ling's voice became colder. Crown Prince Tianwen was stunned. He dared not answer because cursing Minister's Wa students was a capital offense. Do you dare or not? Lin Ling looked at Crown Prince Tianwen with disdain. Crown Prince Tianwen, why are you afraid of him? Accept his challenge. Someone said coldly. Crown Prince Tianwen pondered for a moment and then nodded with a sneer. Okay, I accept your challenge. If you fail, you'll kneel down in front of Senior Zhua and slap yourself 3 times, calling yourself trash. Many people's hearts skipped a beat when they heard his words. How ruthless. This was because if Lin Ling failed, he would immediately be attacked by all the major forces and would die without a doubt. However, before he died, Lin Ling was humiliated by the left minister's disciple and called trash. This death was too tragic. Lin Ling's chances of defeating Crown Prince Tianwen were slim because the difficulty of Lin Ling's test had increased. He had to collect 1,800 bells. How was that possible? Go, trash, we'll wait for you. That was why Crown Prince Tianwen and Ouyang Shangqing were so confident. Seeing this, Lin Ling snickered coldly. The anger in his heart boiled again. Everyone bullied him because he didn't have a powerful background. Everyone looked down on him, thinking that Lin Ling was only a so-so. But they would all regret it. Lin Ling's eyes seemed to penetrate the void and fell on everyone who wanted him dead. He gritted his teeth and waited for the moment to rise. Whoosh! He shot towards the myriad worlds and disappeared without a trace. If Lin Ling is lucky and finds a world full of real bells, then he might be able to pass. That's impossible. His luck isn't that good. It's hard to say. The second stage is a test of speed, heavenly vision technique, and luck, and these 3 are all indispensable to a genius. Everyone was discussing animatedly. Some were worried about Lin Ling, and some were deeply afraid that Lin Ling would pass easily. Everyone had their own opinions. Whoosh! Whoosh! However, at this moment, a figure shot out from the myriad worlds. Moreover, he was followed by a large number of bells. At this moment, everyone held their breaths. Was Lin Ling going to succeed? Lin Ling, don't fail miserably. Meng Lu secretly broke out in cold sweat for Lin Ling because he firmly believed that his and Lin Ling's martial stages were on the heavenly surpass ranking list and not these 3 tests. However, under everyone's gaze, Lin Ling weaved through the myriad of bells in a sorry state. He did not collect any bells. This meant that these bells were not real. This guy is unlucky enough. Doesn't he have a bell? Everyone was astonished, and then they burst into laughter. His luck is really bad. Xian Linglong felt indignant for Lin Ling. Luck is also a part of strength. However, Crown Prince Tianwen immediately retorted, his words were mixed with gloating. Among the countless bells, Lin Ling's face was gloomy. If he touched a bell, it would explode with the power to destroy the world. Then, he activated the 4 realms speed and weaved through the myriad of bells. That calmness made many people cry out in surprise. Because they did not expect Lin Ling to have the 4 realms speed. This meant that Lin Ling was already in an invincible position. Lin Ling quickly disappeared into the myriad of realms, and then brought out a large number of bells. This time, he had to bear the bells of 2 realms. However, his luck was indeed bad because the second time he brought out the bells, none of them were real. What an unlucky guy. Seeing this scene, everyone laughed. Lin Ling's luck was really bad. Everyone could already see Lin Ling's failure. Just this? The Grim Reaper, who was the strongest king of the generation, also revealed a mocking smile at this moment. Lin Ling couldn't even pass the 3 tests, and he still had the qualifications to meet him? What a trash. Brother Ling. Yu and the rest's beautiful eyes were red, feeling indignant for Lin Ling. However, under everyone's gaze, Lin Ling did not have any intention of giving up, and once again shot into the myriad of realms. This time, don't tell me they are all fake again. If that's the case, he's the unluckiest guy in history. Speed, heavenly eye divine ability, and luck. If his luck is so bad, what's the use of it if he doesn't die? Seeing this, many people whispered to each other. The third time, Lin Ling's luck was not good. Although not all of the bells were fake, only 100 of them were real. With 100 bells, not to mention the bet with Heavenly Rune Crown Prince, it was impossible for him to even pass the test. As a result, even more mockery erupted. Lin Ling seemed to have gone mad. Risking his life and death, he crossed the sky full of bells and shot into the myriad of realms again. The fourth time. Lin Ling's luck was not that bad, but only 200 bells appeared. Not enough. The fifth time. This time, his luck was even worse. Only 50 bells were real. The sixth time. The seventh time. Gradually, Dayun Mountain became silent. They looked at Lin Ling, who would rather die than give up. Many people's mockery quietly turned into admiration. What perseverance! What stubbornness! When ordinary people encountered this scene, they would have already given up. This was because if all the bells exploded, it would be enough to destroy 1,000 realms whirling expert. However, Lin Ling still did not give up on his goal. He was racing against the Grim Reaper. It's the 10th time he entered the myriad of realms. Finally, an old man muttered to himself. Although he failed, it's a glorious defeat. Another person replied. Moreover, his words were approved by countless people. At this moment, in the wide flower seal realm, the terrifying ancient bells had already covered the void. They were like a river or a sea, rolling and surging. No one thought that Lin Ling could succeed again. In fact, no one thought that Lin Ling could survive. One had to know that with the speed of 4 realms, one could avoid the pursuit of the world-extinguishing bells. However, if the bells of 10 realms gathered together, the space that a cultivator had to dodge would become smaller and smaller. In the end, it would be impossible to dodge. When the bells of 10 realms exploded, the power of the explosion was unimaginable. This stage is indeed beyond my imagination. I didn't expect my luck to be so bad. However, at this moment, Lin Ling's voice suddenly rang out from the wide flower seal realm, causing many people's expressions to change. At this point, Lin Ling was still in the mood to talk. He was even mocking his own luck. This guy was crazy. Do you still know that your luck is bad? I thought that you would never know your own limits. Chapter 27:17. Who else but me? However, it was clear that Lin Ling did not hear his words. Instead, he continued to speak. I know that many of you want me dead. I know that many of you want to see me fall. I don't have any enmity with many of you because I've offended too many powerful forces. That's why you're gloating over my misfortune. That's also why you want to curry favor with those powerful forces and target me everywhere. His heroic voice drifted out and landed in the ears of countless people on Great Cloud Mountain. They all blushed as if he had hit the nail on the head. Shut up. Who do you think you are? Do you think we're in the mood to target you? Furious voices resounded one after another. Even though they knew that Lin Ling couldn't hear them, they still couldn't help but reprimand Lin Ling because this junior Lin Ling was too arrogant. However, Lin Ling's voice could transmit out from the wide flower seal realm. Unfortunately, I'll have to disappoint all of you trash. As soon as he said this, Qing Zhou seemed to be furious. Speed, heavenly eye divine ability, and luck. Your luck isn't up to par, and you still want to pass. You still have the face to call us trash. You're the trash. Immediately, more mocking voices sounded. Many people found Lin Ling an eyesore. Lin Ling seemed to be able to guess their thoughts, and his cold voice sounded again. Speed, heavenly eye mystique, and a test of luck. I can't deny that my luck is very bad, very bad. But speed, heavenly eye technique, who else can beat me? Rumble. At the same time, all the bells in the wide flower seal erupted, rushing out with a terrifying world-destroying power. This caused the eyes of many to narrow, because they saw that Lin Ling actually didn't dodge, but chose to let those bells drown him. Is this guy courting death? Everyone's eyes widened. As for the wide flower seal realms generation, their expressions all changed greatly. 10 realms bells gathered, and then formed a great explosion. This power was too terrifying. Even though they were hiding in the distance, they were like cicadas in winter. Lin Ling is dead for sure. At this moment, no one believed that Lin Ling could still be alive. They were afraid that not even a piece of his flesh was left. What a pitiful person. I originally wanted to make him kneel, but now I'm afraid I won't be able to see this scene. After an unknown amount of time, Crown Prince Tianwen said sarcastically. This sentence also floated out of Great Cloud Mountain, causing it to fall silent. Lin Ling had lost the bet with Crown Prince Heavenly Rune. But now that he was dead, how could he kneel and kowtow? Lin Ling. Milord. Big Brother Ling. Yu and the others cried out in pain. Even Lord Red Jade Tiger was the same. This was because it was impossible for Lin Ling to block the explosion that could destroy the 1,000 realms. I'm sorry, Trash, but I, Lin Ling, am still alive. But right at this moment, a voice that was shocking like a celestial being suddenly resounded. In the wide flower seal's world, a blue and white robe slowly walked forward and appeared in front of everyone's eyes. There were even a few bells that did not explode and were chasing after the blue and white robed young man. However, the young man's body emitted surging flames, and he easily dodged the bells with a speed that was several times faster than the bells. This meant that Lin Ling's speed was faster than all the bells, and he had avoided the destructive power of the previous explosion. Silence. Great Cloud Mountain was silent. 1,800 bells. Fortunately, I did not disappoint you. I have collected all of them. In the silence, the domineering voice of a king floated out again. Lin Ling's right hand was holding a large number of bells that looked like a gorgeous tail, and he appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Not only did he not die, but he had also completed the test. Moreover, he had doubled the number of bells. This. Impossible. Could it be that Lin Ling's luck was the worst in the test of speed, heavenly vision ability, and luck, but his speed and heavenly vision ability were the best? A large number of people cried out in surprise. So what if his luck was bad? Powerful strength made up for all the bad luck. And Lin Ling was also the first generation in history to survive the gathering of the bells of the 10 worlds. Such a large area of explosion of the bells, unless he has a speed that exceeds the speed of the 4 worlds. I'm afraid that's not all. Only by exceeding the speed of the 5 worlds can he avoid it. But even so, how can he find the real bells in such a short time? Everyone cried out in surprise. Their voices were so loud that it was like the waves of the sea. This showed how surprised they were. No one knew that Lin Ling's soul power was so strong, and coupled with his abnormal speed, he could collect all 1,000 bells before the bells exploded. Didn't many people want me to die before? Didn't many people want to see a good show? Sorry, Trash, you are too inexperienced. While everyone was shocked, Lin Ling's indifferent voice sounded again. How others treat me, I treat them. Therefore, Lin Ling did not need to give them any face. Ding! 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 At the same time, Lin Ling waved his right hand, and the bells in his hand made a crisp sound, proving that the bells were real. When those voices merged together, they actually formed a piercing song of victory. It was soul-stirring and reverberated in all directions. Good! Red Jade Tiger was the first to shout excitedly. He looked at the proud young man in the sky and his heart was boiling. He knew that this moment belonged to Lin Ling. Lin Ling had slapped everyone's faces with his proud results. Who else could it be but him in the second round? Lin Ling, pass. Almost at the same time, the ancient voice sounded, causing the hearts of all the martial artists in Great Cloud Mountain to jump. Pass. This was the last thing they wanted to see. Because Lin Ling had passed, it meant that they had to admit that they were trash. Crown Prince Tianwen, you must accept your defeat. At this time, Lin Ling's cold voice sounded again. Countless eyes were on Crown Prince Tianwen. He was very confident that he had won. But now, what else could he say? The test is not over yet. Let's talk about it after it's over. Crown Prince Tianwen's expression kept changing as he said coldly. Was he going to kneel down in front of Lin Ling and call Senior Brothers Wu a piece of trash? If that was the case, Senior Brothers Wu would definitely kill him. Lin Ling, don't play to the gallery. You've passed. If you have any personal grudges, leave them for after the test. At this moment, the old voice floated out with a sense of reprimanding Lin Ling. Lin Ling's eyes narrowed. Crown Prince Tianwen wanted to teach him a lesson on behalf of Prime Minister's Wu's disciple, but the ancient voice did not stop him. Now that he had won, the ancient voice was reprimanding him. Next is the third round. Without waiting for Lin Ling's reply, the ancient voice sounded again. This is unfair. Seeing this, many people in Great Cloud Mountain were dissatisfied. They had always been in the neutral camp and were convinced by Lin Ling's courage, so they did not target Lin Ling. When he saw this scene, he instantly felt that the ancient expert was too unfair. Chapter 27:18. Challenge yourself. Is it her? On the other side of Dayun Mountain, Lord Eighth looked at Leiyin Mother. If the latter had secretly bribed the experts of the Great Qing Divine Dynasty, then the referee-like experts would definitely target Lin Ling. And Thunder Mother often appeared in the Divine Dynasty. She had this kind of power. How despicable. The Red Jade Tiger seemed to have sensed something and couldn't help but shout angrily. As for Lin Ling, he had also noticed something, and the wisp of fury in his heart boiled even more. Lin Ling, don't be rash. If you do anything out of line, you'll be playing right into their hands. Meng Lu reminded him softly, feeling indignant on behalf of Lin Ling. I know. Lin Ling took a deep breath and regained his composure. Xian Linglong, who was not far away, was shocked. A normal person would have already lost their rationality after encountering so many people making things difficult for them and being targeted by the referee. However, Lin Ling only took a deep breath, and he regained his composure. This control was too strong. The lion, the king of beasts, is indeed terrifying, but a lion that can control its emotions is the true king of beasts. After that, Xian Linglong said to herself. Her evaluation of Lin Ling went up a notch. The third stage is also the last stage. Those who pass will have the qualifications to challenge the Heaven Crossing rankings. At this moment, the ancient voice sounded again, but it was mixed with malevolence. However, don't be arrogant and complacent. Be careful of failing miserably. These words seemed to be directed at Lin Ling. Follow me. Now, there were less than 500 first-generation cultivators left. Then, they all walked out of the void. And the third test was at Great Cloud Mountain. Rumble. A rumbling sound suddenly resounded, and the mountains in the surroundings were like bamboo shoots after a rain. They actually slowly grew. These mountains were icy cold, and they were like emotionless swords. Moreover, numerous mysterious barriers appeared around the mountains. Jiang Lianfeng? Seeing those mysterious barriers, exclamations of surprise immediately sounded. That was because that was where the divine generals of the Great Azure Divine Dynasty cultivated. Those who could become divine generals of the Great Azure Divine Dynasty were indeed godlike existences. For the third stage, everyone has to choose a mountain and defeat the opponent on the mountain. Once you defeat the opponent, you will pass the stage. Also, I'll say one more thing. The opponents that appear at the mountain peak are the strongest opponents you've ever met in your life. Their cultivation bases are at the same level as yours. Over the years, 50% of the people who have passed this test have died. That ancient and majestic voice became cold and indifferent, causing all the first-generation experts to tremble like cicadas in winter. In fact, they had all heard of the third stage. It was said to be the cruelest. This was because the most feared enemy of a martial artist's life would appear at the peak of the mountain. Only by defeating the inner demons would one be able to pass. I'll be the first to go. Lin Ling, let's have another bet. Let's see who can win and pass. If I win, the previous bet doesn't count, and you still have to kowtow to senior brothers Wa. Tian when Crown Prince lost to Lin Ling before, and he couldn't wait to take revenge. Therefore, he looked at Lin Ling contemptuously and said. Hearing this, Lin Ling didn't say anything. Luo Ho, who had been silent all this time, couldn't stand it anymore and said, Tian when Crown Prince, can you be any more despicable? If you win, not only will the previous bet not count, but you also want Lin Ling to kowtow to senior brothers Wa. You're taking advantage of him. Generally speaking, if Tian when Crown Prince won, the previous bet would be even, and it would be very fair. Who knew that Tian when Crown Prince would go even further and shamelessly ask Lin Ling to kowtow to him? This also turned into a bet for 2 bets. It's none of your business. If you provoke me, I'll kill you. Tian when Crown Prince immediately looked at Luo Ho coldly and scolded. Luo Ho and Lin Ling were both rising stars. Tian when Crown Prince didn't like Luo Ho. Then you can try. Luo Ho was also angered. These old generation experts were taking advantage of their seniority. He wasn't afraid of them. However, Lin Ling quickly stopped him and nodded, I agree to this bet. Good, straightforward. Just wait, you'll lose for sure. Tian when Crown Prince was afraid that Lin Ling would go back on his words. He immediately nodded and rushed towards the mountain peak. He didn't say what he would do after he lost. It could be seen that he was indeed despicable and shameless. However, how could Lin Ling let him go? Just as he was about to step into the mountain peak, a cold voice rang out. If you lose, you'll die. Those words caused Tian when Crown Prince's body to tremble. Inexplicably, he was filled with panic and anger. However, he had already disappeared from the mountain peak. Moreover, his figure appeared at the peak of the mountain. Moreover, his opponent had also appeared. His cultivation was the same as his, at the 4th level of True God Realm. However, his opponent was an illusion. This person was one of the strongest generation on the Heavenly Surpass list, named Wei Hao. It can't be, right? His opponent is too simple. On the ground, many of the first generation exclaimed. Although this Wei Hao was strong, if his cultivation was the same as Tian when Crown Prince, then he might not be Tian when Crown Prince's opponent. Soon, billowing smoke covered everything on the mountain peak, preventing people from seeing Tian when Crown Prince's strength. This was also the Great Azure Divine Dynasty's protection for the first generation. The time for them to display their strength was also the time for the rankings. The opponents that appear on the mountain peak are all illusions. Some are strong, some are weak. Everything depends on luck. Luck is also a part of one's strength. At this time, the ancient voice rang out again, causing the first generation to feel helpless. Relying on luck? Then, they couldn't change anything. Lin Ling's eyes flickered slightly. He discovered that the spirit barriers around the mountain peaks were different. Obviously, relying on luck was just a lie to deceive everyone. The spirit barriers were the foundation of influencing the strength of the illusions. Unfortunately, the spirit barriers around the mountain peaks were too huge. Moreover, there were hundreds of mountain peaks. This caused Lin Ling to not have enough time to observe. Because, soon, it was Lin Ling's turn to fight. As the first place of the first and second round, you can go to that mountain peak. The ancient voice suddenly rang out. It actually helped Lin Ling choose the mountain peak. This is too unfair. Everyone else can choose at will. Why does Lin Ling have to follow your instructions? Meng Lu frowned and immediately said. Are you going to take the test or not? If not, then scram. However, the ancient voice directly reprimanded, You dare to doubt the great Azure Divine Dynasty? You must be tired of living. Moreover, he kept mentioning the great Azure Divine Dynasty, making it difficult for Meng Lu to refute. It could only be said that the mysterious expert was too overbearing and arrogant. Don't let me know who you are. Meng Lu muttered to himself. His eyes were filled with killing intent, but it quickly disappeared. Everyone also chose their mountain peaks one after another. Then, an intense battle broke out. At the peak of the mountain where Lin Ling was, his opponent had also appeared. What was surprising was that his opponent was actually himself. With himself as his opponent, this Lin Ling's luck is still the worst. Know your enemy and know yourself. A cultivator's greatest enemy in life is himself. I didn't expect that Lin Ling would encounter the most difficult mountain peak of the mountain peak. Chapter 27:19. The Strength of One's Self. Countless people stared at the mountain peak where Lin Ling was, and then they all spoke out. It wasn't until Lin Ling's mountain peak was covered by clouds that the crowd finally stopped their discussion. From their point of view, Lin Ling had met the strongest of them, and the result would be a crushing defeat. It was also because challenging himself was publicly acknowledged to be extremely difficult. It could even be said to be hellish. Wow, someone is leaving the mountain. Why are the clouds above the mountains dispersing? But soon, everyone's gazes landed on the remaining hundreds of mountains. They saw someone walking down from the mountains with a helpless expression on his face. Obviously, he admitted defeat, so he was completely eliminated. As for the mountain peak where the clouds had dispersed, it was even more merciless. That was because the first generation that had participated in the competition had been directly killed by the illusory barrier. The illusory images were at the same cultivation level as the real person, but the opponents were all strange and bizarre. Some of them were even the masters of the past, the strongest demon king, supreme venerable, and so on. Thus, if one admitted defeat too slowly, they would be obliterated. A 50% elimination rate was indeed true. At the same time, Meng Lu's opponent also appeared. It was a person from the tomb, his clan brother. However, in the past, he cultivated a secret technique and entered the tomb to become a demon. In the end, he died. This clan brother was the most eye-catching genius of the Tomb Guardian clan. It's you. Meng Lu couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. He never imagined that his opponent would be so strong. Because this was also the inner demon of his life, and also the opponent that he pursued for his entire life. However, his opponent's cultivation level was the same as his. This meant that he had a chance of winning. Suddenly, he thought about how Lin Ling had been forcefully assigned to a mountain peak. His opponent must be even more terrifying. And that was indeed the case. At this moment, on Lin Ling's mountain peak, Lin Ling stood there quietly. The person in front of him was exactly the same as him. Even the aura was the same. The Great Azure Divine Dynasty is really amazing. They can actually imitate someone who looks exactly like me. Lin Ling's expression was extremely solemn. Because his opponent was himself, he also knew how terrifying his opponent was. World-swallowing beast. Without any hesitation, Lin Ling's entire body emitted an ancient aura. He took a step forward and took the lead to shoot towards his opponent. World-swallowing beast. His opponent was exactly the same as him. They both had the divine body talent, which surprised Lin Ling even more. Rumble. Their fists collided, and both of them retreated 100 meters. The surging waves of air also tore the mountain peak apart. This mountain has the Demon Revolution illusory world, the Supreme Solipsistic world, and the Heavenly Net world. These enchantments can block all detection, then I can also fight with all my strength. Lin Ling suppressed the heaviness in his heart, and a surge of fighting spirit also boiled up. He, too, wanted to fight with his full strength. Moreover, if he couldn't defeat him, then he would definitely fail the third stage. Ashura sword formation. Whoosh! Whoosh! With a wave of his sleeves, countless swords shot out, revealing their sharpness. However, his opponent had also activated the Ashura sword formation, and even the tyrannical Song sword in his hand was the same as Lin Ling's. Terrifying. Even imitating immortal treasures? Condense. The other party did not give Lin Ling any time to hesitate. He had already condensed the Ashura sword formation into a giant sword. It was the same for Lin Ling. The two giant swords were infused with the terrifying power of Sword Heart as they collided madly. Flame God's Heart, Heavenly Dome Change. When the swords collided, Lin Ling also activated the Evil Flame Change, and directly used the fourth transformation, Heavenly Dome Change. His opponent was the same. The flames crazily intertwined, and the mountain peak had already become a sea of fire. If a Stage 5 True God expert was here, he would be instantly killed. Unfortunately, no one noticed the intense battle here. If the left Prime Minister's disciple was here, he would definitely not dare to challenge Lin Ling after seeing this terrifying battle. Flame Wheel. The giant coffin descended, and it started to beat like a heart. The moment this flame coffin appeared, it actually absorbed all of Lin Ling's realm essence. Boom! The two giant coffins crazily collided, and the entire mountain peak shook slightly. That terrifying power, not to mention the left Prime Minister's disciple, even if the Death God was here, he would still be filled with hatred. Unfortunately, no one knew, not a single person knew. Bang! At the same time, two figures crashed onto the mountain peak, and they both spat out blood. They were the illusions created by Lin Ling and the mountain peak. It's really terrifying. Lin Ling revealed a bitter smile. Only when he experienced it personally did he know how strong he was when he used his full strength. That kind of strength was not only invincible among the Stage 6 True Gods, but it could also kill a large number of Stage 7 True Gods. And now, he did not know how to win. The mountain peak Lin Ling is on is so intense. If he doesn't admit defeat, he will probably die on the mountain peak. The general training peak is the cruelest. Over the years, the weak were all killed, but this kind of purgatory is used on these juniors. Look, there are hundreds of mountains, and more people are leaving. Everyone looked at the vast mountain peak, and each of them said with a serious expression. In fact, even if the emperors of the 10,000 worlds went to the general training peak, they might not be able to leave alive. Even their mounts, the Qilins, and flood dragons, were bowing their heads, looking at the mountain peak with reverence. From time to time, there would be a first generation rushing out from the mountain peak, their bodies covered in blood, their faces pale, as if they had rushed out from hell. They had all admitted defeat. And the number of people was increasing. As for those with excellent perseverance, they still did not give up any chance, but in the end, they died on the mountain peak. In the same realm, they could not win against the illusion barrier. If you can't even win against someone of the same realm, it means that your strength is not enough. Wanting to go up the list is just a waste of time. That old voice sounded from time to time, cold and emotionless. As if it was not a first generation that died, but a few ants. It could be seen that it was indeed very difficult to enter the eyes of the great Azure Divine Dynasty. As for the strongest generation on the Heavenly Surpass list, they all sneered and gloated, as if saying, "Want to surpass them?" The only outcome was death. Bang! Right at this moment, one of the mountains suddenly exploded apart, and then a figure slowly walked down from it. It was the Dream Stream. The general training peak was destroyed, the Dream Stream succeeded. Many strong people's eyes suddenly flashed. This was the third round of assessment, and the first to pass meant that they had the qualifications to challenge the Heavenly Surpass list. With the Dream Stream at the beginning, there were also first generation who blasted the mountain peak, and they walk down with injured bodies. Luo Ho, Xian Ling Long, they have all passed. Under the famous name, there is indeed no one with an undeserved reputation. It seems that there will not be more than 20 people who will challenge the Heavenly Surpass list this year. The final results of the 3 rounds of assessment were gradually born. But it still made people shudder. Among the 2001st generation, only 20 people had the qualifications to go up the list. It was more difficult than imagined. What? I'm not the first to leave the mountain peak? At this moment, another mountain peak exploded, and then a figure shot out in a sorry state. It was the Crown Prince Tian. He turned his head and found that his senior and junior brothers had all failed, such as Ouyang Shangqing and the rest. On the contrary, the Dream Stream and the rest had succeeded, which made him burn with jealousy. Trash is trash, the illusion barrier that appeared was the weakest, but you're not the first to succeed. Can you be any more embarrassing? Chapter 27:20. Hell-like difficulty. Hearing that, Heavenly Rune Crown Prince's face turned ugly. However, he endured it because he wasn't the first one to come down. Moreover, everyone knew that his opponent wasn't strong. That was why he was too embarrassed to say anything. Where's Lin Ling? Is that trash dead? Heavenly Rune Crown Prince realized that Lin Ling hadn't passed yet. He immediately shifted his anger to Lin Ling. Lin Ling's illusion barrier is the most difficult. How can you compare with him? Xian Linglong looked at Heavenly Rune Crown Prince and said disdainfully. The people from the Great Cloud Mountain immediately fell silent. They had all witnessed this. Heavenly Rune Crown Prince knew Xian Linglong's identity. He didn't dare to provoke her. He could only vent his anger on Lin Ling. He roared, "Ha, that's because his luck is too bad. Luck is also a part of one's strength. As long as he doesn't succeed, he's trash." As soon as he said that, his aura soared to the sky. Who else could it be but me? No matter how powerful Lin Ling was before, no matter how strong he was in the first 2 tests. However, Lin Ling didn't pass the final test. He was inferior to Heavenly Rune Crown Prince. Therefore, Heavenly Rune Crown Prince had the right to be proud. He could also crush Lin Ling. The time hasn't ended yet. Everything is possible. Lin Ling was able to create first place twice before. He can do it again this time. Seeing Heavenly Rune Crown Prince's expression, Meng Lu's killing intent rose in his heart. Miracle? Dream on. Heavenly Rune Crown Prince looked at Meng Lu with disdain. He didn't know that Meng Lu was the descendant of 9 prefectures 10 vicious. If he knew Meng Lu's origin, he wouldn't even have the guts to look at him. You're so confident. Do you dare to swear a blood oath on your martial heart? If Lin Ling fails, your martial heart will crumble and you'll never practice martial arts again. Heavenly Rune Crown Prince took a step forward and said. Meng Lu fell silent upon hearing that. In fact, he didn't think that Lin Ling could pass either. That was because he had spent a tremendous amount of effort to defeat the illusory barrier. It could be said that the illusory barrier not only possessed the strength of a martial artist, but they were also controlled by a powerful barrier. Their martial arts reactions, experience, and so on weren't things that humans could do. And Lin Ling's difficulty was even higher than his, so he didn't dare to guarantee anything. Luo Ho, do you dare? Said Crown Prince Tian. Luo Ho clenched his teeth and remained silent. He didn't dare. A bunch of trash who only know how to talk big. Seeing this, Crown Prince Tian shook his head in disdain. His gaze swept across the entire Great Cloud Mountain. Who dares? His voice caused countless echoes, as if he was questioning all the living beings in the world. That left Prime Minister's disciples suddenly sneered. This Heavenly Rune Crown Prince was actually very good to him. Humiliating Lin Ling like this made him very happy. Meanwhile, Great Cloud Mountain was completely silent. No one dared. Many people even thought that if Lin Ling didn't admit defeat in this round, he would definitely die. Rumble. In fact, that was indeed the case. The mountain where Lin Ling was swaying more and more violently. It was as if the sky was falling and the earth was cracking. From this, it could be seen how intense the battle was. Challenging oneself and making the mountain as difficult as hell, there was only a 10% chance of passing. I dare. However, at that moment, a clear voice suddenly sounded. After that voice, that person directly made a blood oath. A bloody light soared into the sky and turned into a mysterious rune before finally disappearing from that person's body. Crazy. Crazy. This time, Great Cloud Mountain was in an uproar. They all looked at the person who made the blood oath. One had to know that once a blood oath was made, if the oath was not completed, the martial arts heart would definitely collapse. Even if one wanted to forcefully strengthen the martial arts heart, the heart demon would gradually arise. Generally speaking, even if a martial artist died, they wouldn't easily make a blood oath. But now, there was someone who dared to make a blood oath in a situation where they were bound to lose? It's Yu. In Resplendent Academy, many people looked at the woman who made the blood oath. Their eyes were immediately filled with envy. Lin Ling, you're so lucky. To have such a confidant in his life, what regrets did he have? It was a pity that such a woman belonged to Lin Ling. She was willing to die for Lin Ling. I dare too. However, at that moment, another voice sounded. It was Xian Yuan Gu, He, Lord one day, Lord lifelong, we dare too. Streaks of bloody light soared into the sky. Many people had actually made the blood oath. Upon closer inspection, it was actually falling flowers, flowing water, and the others. These people are all dumbfounded. This also shows that Lin Ling is arrogant, but he's willing to sacrifice himself for his friends. Otherwise, they wouldn't have risked their lives. At this moment, I'm a little envious of Lin Ling. Many ancient experts' eyes flickered. Adding flowers to a brocade was precious, but the most important thing was to provide help when one was in need. Lin Ling had become a thorn in their side. He was also their enemy. However, these people were willing to fight with him. This was true friendship. This also showed that Lin Ling was a person who valued friendship and righteousness. Lin Ling is under my command. I, Red Jade Tiger, dare too. In addition to falling flowers, flowing water, and the other generals of the martial god battalion also made the blood oath. At this moment, everyone was even more shocked. Martial Red Jade Tiger's strength was monstrous. Right now, he was using his strength to bet on Lin Ling. Compared to Dean Qin, Red Jade Tiger is more like Lin Ling's elder. In Resplendent Academy, some geniuses who were familiar with Lin Ling muttered to themselves. During Lin Ling's decline, the one who still protected Lin Ling was Red Jade Tiger. As for Dean Qin of Resplendent Academy, she was like a falling wall being kicked by everyone. She couldn't wait to cut ties with Lin Ling. We have already made the blood oath. Crown Prince Heavenly Rune, do you dare to make the blood oath with your martial heart? If Lin Ling passes, your martial heart will collapse and you will never learn martial arts again. At this moment, Yu Yu's indifferent voice drifted out once again, causing countless people to look at Crown Prince Heavenly Rune. Yu Yu and the others were bold and carefree, swearing as they wished. What about Crown Prince Heavenly Rune? At this moment, Crown Prince Heavenly Rune's eyes flickered. He didn't expect that Lin Ling's people would trust him so much. But now, they wanted him to make the blood oath? He was somewhat hesitant. Shameful. A dignified generation is actually inferior to a woman. How shameful. Seeing this, many people immediately mocked. Who do you think you are? I want to become the strongest generation. How can your blood oath be compared to mine? Get lost. Crown Prince Heavenly Rune felt that he couldn't put his face down and immediately shouted coldly. His words seemed to be saying that it wasn't that he didn't dare, but that Yu and the others' status wasn't on the same level as him. After saying that, his gaze fell on Lin Ling's mountain. He shook his head in disdain and said, "It's the same whether you make the blood oath or not. Lin Ling, if you don't admit defeat, you will die." Boom! However, just as he finished speaking, one of the mountains suddenly shook violently. Then, under countless gazes, it directly exploded. The explosion caused the entire mountain range to tremble violently, as if the godly emperor had awakened. The vast and majestic Great Cloud Mountain suddenly became silent. Could it be that Lin Ling passed? Chapter 27-21. Luck was also a part of one's strength. It was impossible for Lin Ling to pass the hell-like highest difficulty. In the history of General Lian Peak, there were only 5 god generals who passed this difficulty. Instead, all the other god generals who entered the peak perished. Pa! At the same time, a figure stood up with difficulty from the shattered rocks. His long robe was torn, and his entire body was drenched in blood. As he moved forward, large amounts of blood would flow out with every step. It was a ghastly sight. However, everyone could see clearly that the figure was actually Lin Ling. He was still alive. Furthermore, he defeated the hell-like barrier illusion. Of course, many people could see that Lin Ling was obviously severely injured, which meant that the battle was very intense. Some people even suspected that Lin Ling might die halfway. However, that staggering figure still walked out of the Green Mountain with determination. It was telling everyone that a miracle had happened. Lin Ling, impressive. First place in all 3 tests. Meng Lu couldn't help but smile. Lin Ling, good job. Of course, he was shocked as well. After all, his previous test wasn't the highest difficulty, but he had to use a Herculean effort to win. Lin Ling's test was hell-like difficulty. Big Brother Ling. In the distance, Yu and the others were crying tears of joy. They felt as though all the hardships were over and the good times were coming. They even felt that the strong figure was very familiar. It was the Gu Yen sect, the Heaven Mystics Kingdom, the sacred ground of the rainforest. The stubborn youth had fallen and stood up again and again. This was Lin Ling. Great, no wonder you are the marshal of the Martial God Battalion. That red jade tiger was so excited that he couldn't speak. His martial Dao heart didn't have to crumble. That kid still doted on him. Without any suspense, the entire Great Cloud Mountain was shaking because of Lin Ling. Lin Ling, how did you pass? Right at this moment, an aged voice suddenly echoed. He seemed to be extremely surprised. According to the norm, Lin Ling shouldn't be able to defeat him when he was in the same realm. However, Lin Ling did not say a word. He simply disdained to pay attention to him. Because from the words of the other party, he understood that the highest difficulty, General Lian Peak, must have been arranged by the other party. You cheated. You must have used some kind of treasure. Crown Prince Tianwen was stunned for a long time. Suddenly, he pointed at Lin Ling and cursed. It was just luck. Lin Ling finally raised his head and coldly spat out a sentence. This sentence was like a silent slap to the faces of those who had been watching Lin Ling's show. At this moment, their faces were burning with pain. Lin Ling's luck had always been bad. Did his luck finally improve this time? Relying on luck to pass? Luck? How can you pass these 3 trials by luck? You must have cheated. Tianwen Crown Prince was furious and couldn't help but shout. He had passed the hellish difficulty. This meant that Lin Ling was the first in the 3 trials. How could he swallow this humiliation? Even the mysterious voice rang out again, mixed with unquestionable majesty. The Great Azure Divine Dynasty pays close attention to the heavenly surpass rankings. If anyone is found to have cheated, they will all be killed. Therefore, you should explain yourself. Relying on luck won't convince the crowd. However, Just as he finished speaking, Lin Ling sneered and said, "Luck is also a part of one's strength." This slap was even louder. Because the mysterious judge had always said that luck was a part of one's strength. Now, he was saying that luck won't convince the crowd? Was he trying to get Lin Ling to slap his face? This judge was shameless. That's right. Luck is also a part of one's strength. A large number of voices rang out from Dayun Mountain. Emperors from all over the world were on Lin Ling's side. This was because the current Lin Ling had won their admiration. However, Lin Ling continued to walk forward. His pace was unsteady. His target was Tianwen Crown Prince. Every step he took seemed difficult. However, his aura was like an unsheathed sword, causing people to tremble in fear. What are you trying to do?" Looking at Lin Ling, Tianwen Crown Prince suddenly panicked. However, Lin Ling did not say a word. His face was cold. Seeing this, Tianwen Crown Prince quietly took a step back. He was actually afraid of Lin Ling. He did not even know why he was afraid. Anyway, when he saw Lin Ling walking towards him, he panicked. "Trash, he is seriously injured and his cultivation is lower than yours. Why are you afraid of him? He has defeated the top 30 experts of the Heavenly Surpass rankings. Haven't you?" At this moment, a cold voice rang in Tianwen Crown Prince's ears. It was the voice of the left Prime Minister's disciple. He immediately calmed down. Yes, everyone wanted to challenge the Heavenly Surpass rankings. Why should he be afraid of Lin Ling? In his opinion, as long as Lin Ling was not the strongest of the generation recognized by the Great Azure Divine Dynasty, he would not be much stronger than him. Not to mention that Lin Ling was seriously injured. Half-dead man, get lost. Thinking of this, Tianwen Crown Prince immediately placed his hands behind his back and said indifferently, "You made a bet with me earlier. Now, who won?" Lin Ling finally spoke. "I admit that you have won. Don't worry, I, Tianwen Crown Prince, am a man of my words. I will definitely return the bet that I owe you. However, the bet will have to wait until the end of the Heavenly Surpass rankings." Tianwen Crown Prince said without looking at Lin Ling, shameless. If Lin Ling can't make it to the Heavenly Surpass rankings, he won't be valued by the Great Azure Divine Dynasty. At that time, he will definitely die. Then, how will Tianwen Crown Prince pay the bet? Unfortunately, no one was a fool. Everyone knew that Tianwen Crown Prince was scheming. However, Lin Ling did not seem to understand Tianwen Crown Prince's words. He continued to move forward. His figure was swaying like a candle in the wind. "Half-dead man, do you really want to die?" Seeing this, Tianwen Crown Prince's eyes were filled with killing intent as he waited for Lin Ling's arrival. "Didn't you want to know how I passed the third round of the assessment? Then, I will tell you now." Finally, Lin Ling's footsteps came to a halt. A sword appeared in his hand. He did not even need to merge his two dantians. Relying on his divine devil body and the sharpness of his sword, he slashed out fiercely. "You are courting death." "Humph!" Tianwen Crown Prince shouted angrily. He did not expect Lin Ling to be so arrogant. He dared to attack in front of so many people. He immediately unleashed a powerful technique. Unfortunately, it was useless. That sword seemed to be able to cut through any world. Lightning, mountains, everything. In the Great Thousand World, 9 mountains and 10 rivers, everything was cut through by the sword. Rumble. The terrifying sword was faster than lightning. After slashing out, a huge sword mark appeared in the sky. Through the sword mark, one could see the chaotic universe in the distance. Lin Ling kept his sword and turned to leave. "I have said that if you lose, you will die." Cold. Many people on Great Cloud Mountain swallowed hard and stared at Crown Prince Tianwen. They only had one thought in their minds. Could it be that Lin Ling killed Tian Wen Crown Prince with one slash? Tian Wen Crown Prince's strength was not weak. He could even enter the top 30 of the Heavenly Surpass rankings. Chapter 27-22. Upper Cloud Lake. You're a level 4 true god. At this moment, Heavenly Rune touched his neck. Blood gushed out from his hand while his other hand pointed at Lin Ling. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. Then, he fell on his back. At the moment of his death, he finally knew why Lin Ling was able to pass. It was because Lin Ling had broken through. One had to know that although the hellish illusion was at the same level as the martial artist, its strength was 20% stronger than the martial artist. That was why it was called the hellish General Lien Peak. The only way to defeat such a hellish opponent was to break through to the next level. Because when the martial artist broke through to the next level, his strength would naturally increase. However, the opponent in the illusion would still be at the same level. Of course, there were still many questions in his mind. Because even if Lin Ling had broken through to the next level, he was still severely injured. How could he kill him with a single slash? This thought made him unable to rest in peace. Before his soul completely dissipated, he only had one sentence left. Senior brothers will lied to him. Unfortunately, he did not know that even if Lin Ling had not broken through to the next level, his strength could easily kill a level 4 true god. Now that he had broken through to the next level, even if he was severely injured, killing him was like killing a dog. Bang! After Crown Prince Tian Wen fell to the ground, the entire Great Cloud Mountain was in an uproar. Everyone knew the reason why Lin Ling had passed. It was not luck, but true strength. A breakthrough at a critical moment. Lin Ling was first in all 3 tests. If not him, who else could be first? Amazing, I'm starting to think highly of him. Yeah, among the rising stars, I'm afraid he's the one with the greatest hope of entering the top 30. Most importantly, this guy has offended so many people. Under such great pressure, he could proudly obtain first place. This is not a simple matter. Numerous sounds of discussion resounded out like waves, and their words were mixed with admiration. In the 3 academies, many geniuses' eyes flickered. Some were even secretly excited. Especially the higher-ups of Heavenly Saint Academy and Sangning Academy. They actually had the thought of accepting Lin Ling as their disciple. They looked at Dean Qin mockingly. This old woman, she must be feeling the most uncomfortable right now. And that was the truth. Dean Qin's face was still calm. Her hands clenched into fists, her sharp nails piercing through her palms. She was still unaware. She sensed that the entire Green State was laughing at her. It's only the first place of the 3 major examinations. Without entering the Sky Surpass rankings, everything doesn't count. Then, she sneered to herself, which made many people come to their senses. That's right. Lin Ling rose like a comet, but if he failed to clear the rankings, then everything would be for naught. Next, the Battle of the Heavens List battle. Seemingly having sensed that Lin Ling was seriously injured, the ancient voice did not wait for Lin Ling and the rest to rest properly. It actually contained a ferocious feeling within it. It can't be, right? Immediately rush up the rankings? You have to know that the strongest generation are all resting and biding their time, but these people who want to rush into the rankings are immediately fighting again. They have not recovered their strength at all. This year's rankings seem to have changed. Once this decision came out, everyone was shocked. Many people faintly sensed that the mysterious judge seemed to be targeting Lin Ling. This was normal because at the beginning, no one thought that Lin Ling could pass. But now, the miracle created by Lin Ling had undoubtedly increased the success rate to more than 50%. Lin Ling, you openly killed people on the Heavens List battle. This is looking down on the Great Azure Divine Dynasty. It is also killing the hope of others and affecting the fairness of the Heavens List battle. At this time, the ancient voice sounded again. It was cold and ruthless. So, the Great Azure Divine Dynasty thinks that you have to challenge 10 rounds. Moreover, you have to fight continuously. What? Once these words came out, it was earth-shattering. Unexpectedly, not only could Lin Ling not rest, he had to fight continuously. As a result, Lin Ling's 50% success rate fell to 0 again. This unfair decision immediately made Jianghu and the others angry. Unfair. How are you a judge? Because Lin Ling killed the Crown Prince of Heavenly Rune. This is to secretly eliminate competitors. If it wasn't for the Great Azure Divine Dynasty giving him face, they would have killed him. No one can violate the dignity of the Great Azure Divine Dynasty. Lin Ling can do anything and be rampant. However, he can't kill his opponents. This is unfair. Therefore, I represent the Great Azure Divine Dynasty to punish him. Who knew that the ancient voice would reprimand him? His words were full of fairness and justice. Jianghu and the others knew that the other party was trying to pin a crime on someone. However, they couldn't find a way to refute it. This is really ugly. Lin Ling, can you do it? Retracting their gaze from the sky, Meng Lu, Xian Linglong and the others looked at Lin Ling. Right now, Lin Ling was the first to fight. Moreover, he had to fight continuously. Therefore, they also had a short break. Most importantly, Lin Ling was the last to leave Jianghu Peak. This made them feel that it was unfair for Lin Ling. Lin Ling was still looking at the sky coldly. He didn't know who the mysterious judge was. However, the other party had obviously touched his reverse scale. It doesn't matter. Let's fight. However, Lin Ling wouldn't give up halfway. If he wanted to fight, he would accompany him. He would fight to his heart's content. You have a backbone. Lin Ling, you defeated me last time. I have always been unwilling to accept it. However, I realize that you do have a mysterious temperament. Like a sword, the more difficult it is, the sharper it becomes. Like a flame, it seems to be extinguished. However, as long as there is a breath left, it will set the prairie ablaze. Lin Ling, use this short period of time to quickly recover your strength. Meng Lu and the rest spoke one after another. Meng Lu realized that Lin Ling seemed to have difficulty even standing up. He couldn't help but sigh and shake his head. What exactly did Lin Ling encounter in Hell Mode Jianghu Peak? Only Lin Ling knew that he had a narrow escape previously. Imitating his own enchantment illusion, that level of strength simply shocked him. This also meant that when he went all out, he was extremely terrifying. It could be said that from first to third stage of True God Realm, this was called the initial stage of True God Realm. From fourth to seventh stage, this was called the middle stage of True God Realm. As for Lin Ling, he was probably invincible in the middle stage of True God Realm. As for the Sky Surpass ranking, the strongest generation was only at the sixth stage of True God Realm. What did Lin Ling have to fear? Moreover, others thought that he was seriously injured and didn't know that his god-devil body's recovery power was strong. In addition, he discovered that the third Dantian was slowly forming. If he used battle to nurture battle, it would definitely form. Lin Ling, go to Dayun Lake. At this very moment, that mysterious voice sounded again as though it didn't want to give Lin Ling too much time. Lin Ling stared at the sky. After changing into a clean long robe, he swept forward. In Dayun Mountain, rumbling sounds rang out like a torrential river. The ground began to sink as clouds drifted out. Chapter 27-23. Undying Body. Such a battlefield could suppress the impact of a clash between geniuses. Moreover, clouds would float out of the ancient lake from time to time, slowing down the recovery of a martial artist's spiritual chi by 50%. Lin Ling also noticed this. Of course, he didn't say much. Because in a clash between strong cultivators, if they were evenly matched, they could fight for 10 years without being defeated. Therefore, if both sides' spiritual chi recovery was slow, victory could be quickly determined. Moreover, he noticed that the white lake water gave him a lot of pressure. If he fell into the lake, he would be seriously injured even if he didn't die. However, this was normal. A drop of cloud water was as heavy as a realm, and the weight of the entire lake was no less than 10,000 realms. No matter how strong a martial artist was, how could he fight against 10,000 realms? We can't use elixirs in this ranking battle. Lin Ling's spiritual chi recovery will be slower. The battle had not yet begun, but all kinds of voices were heard. Many of the geniuses from the 3 academies were even more excited, hoping to step onto that stage in the future. Lin Ling passed the 3 major tests and charged into the Heavenly Surpass ranking. Currently, we'll randomly select the strongest after the 30th. The 73rd, Shaing, battle. In just a moment, a majestic voice sounded in the sky. In a corner of the Great Cloud Mountain, the 100 strongest cultivators sat there like emperors. The strongest cultivator called Sha Ying's eyes were cold. He suddenly stood up. He was 3 meters tall and was as tall as a giant. Bang! He shot out from the Great Cloud Mountain and landed on the ancient lake. Sand gathered under his feet, forming a sand mountain that connected with the Great Cloud Lake. Shaing stood on the sand mountain and formed a grand momentum that surrounded the universe. Unmoving like a mountain. The eyes of many ancient experts flickered when they saw this scene. A real clash between geniuses didn't depend on the clash of realms. Martial arts techniques, the use of talent, mentality, and control of the battle were all important. And momentum was also one of the most important things. Compared to Lin Ling, Sha Ying's aura was obviously much more powerful. Of course, he was waiting for his opponent to be exhausted. On the other hand, Lin Ling was fighting continuously. So, his aura was naturally incomparable. Shaing, 3rd level True God Realm, 8th grade Awakened Divine Physique. Other than his momentum being stronger than Lin Ling, he shouldn't be Lin Ling's opponent in other aspects. Lin Ling, 4th level of True God, possesses the Flame Coffin and Azura Sword formation. If he was at his peak, he would undoubtedly win, but he is currently heavily injured. Everyone was constantly evaluating and guessing that Lin Ling had a 60% chance of winning. Lin Ling, you're very weak. At this moment, Shaing stood on top of the giant mountain and looked at Lin Ling calmly. He didn't have the confidence to defeat Lin Ling. However, if Lin Ling wanted to win, he would make him suffer. His voice was filled with disdain, attempting to affect Lin Ling's confidence. However, Lin Ling stood on top of the ancient lake. The lake water below his feet formed a whirlpool. He's really powerful. Shaing secretly said. The moment he entered the battlefield, he exploded with a powerful aura. That was to make Lin Ling wary. However, Lin Ling's mentality was very good. He didn't seem to be affected at all. I must force him to make a move. Otherwise, he will slowly recover his strength. Without any hesitation, Shaing extended his right hand. The rolling sand condensed into a 100-meter-long sand blade. He held the sand blade and pounced towards Lin Ling. Rumble. Wherever he passed, the ancient lake water would be dragged out. The strength of his aura made many geniuses hold their breaths. The pressure was too strong. Obviously, Shaing had exploded with his full strength. At this moment, at the edge of the Great Cloud Mountain, everyone narrowed their eyes. The first battle was also a battle of aura. It seemed simple, but in fact, it could affect the outcome of the battle. How would Lin Ling face it? There were only 2 paths left for Lin Ling. 1. Preserve his strength. 2. Fight against a tyrant. Under everyone's gaze, Lin Ling finally made his move. He punched out. Rumble. When the fist collided with the sand blade, it actually caused the sand blade to explode. Sand splattered everywhere. Then, Lin Ling rushed through the sand mist and took the initiative to attack. Like a shooting star. Like thunder. The power of the godly devil physique erupted. 100,000 universe force rolled out. This guy really can't be underestimated. Sha Ying's pupils constricted. He wanted to affect Lin Ling's mentality, but who knew that his mentality would be affected by Lin Ling? A hint of fear appeared in his heart. However, when he was surprised, Lin Ling arrived like a godly devil. His ferocious fist mixed with unparalleled power blasted out. 1,000-mile sand attack. Sha Ying immediately opened his arms. His arms turned into 200-meter-long sand blades and slashed out fiercely. If this attack was placed in the three great academies, 80% of the third-level true gods wouldn't be able to block it. Rumble. However, Lin Ling's fist was still moving forward. What was more terrifying was that the two giant sand blades were shattered again. Sha Ying sucked in a breath of cold air. Although he already knew that Lin Ling could break his martial arts, he didn't expect it to be so easy. It's not over yet. Line of Sand World. At this moment, his eyes emitted a green light. It turned into a straight line and slashed towards Lin Ling. Sha Ying's talent has erupted. Moreover, it has merged with the Sand World 8 martial art. His ultimate flame path has reached the peak of Dao intent. Although he can't defeat Lin Ling, he can definitely injure Lin Ling again. No one expected that although Sha Ying's strength was inferior to Lin Ling, he could bring so much trouble to Lin Ling. Whoosh! Lin Ling's eyes flickered when the green light slashed towards him. However, he didn't even look at the green light. Instead, he rushed towards Sha Ying. Pop! 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 At the same time, the green light landed on his waist and tried to slash him in half. However, it couldn't advance any further. It was blocked by Lin Ling's body. What a strong defense. What kind of defensive martial art is that? At this moment, everyone was shocked. Even Sha Ying's eyes were wide open. Was the difference in strength between him and Lin Ling so big? But at that moment, Lin Ling's fist had already arrived. It was capable of killing gods and demons. Rumble. Sha Ying couldn't block it. The 2-meter-tall Sha Ying was smashed into pieces. I haven't lost yet. However, at this moment, Sha Ying's figure appeared in the distance. This guy's talent was even more strange than expected. Even Lin Ling frowned slightly. Using sand to recover his life force? His talent was really monstrous. I have the undying Sand Emperor body. Lin Ling, I know that I'm no match for you. However, it will be very difficult for you to defeat me. Sha Ying said indifferently as he looked down at Lin Ling condescendingly. As soon as he said that, the crowd came to a realization. Was Sha Ying trying to stall for time? How cunning. After all, Lin Ling wanted to enter the rankings. If Lin Ling used up all his strength in the first battle, how could he continue to fight? Lin Ling, come and fight me. Sha Ying was obviously prepared. He roared and laughed. His words were filled with pride and arrogance. He waved his right hand and a ferocious giant sand blade slashed towards Lin Ling from afar. Chapter 27-24. The Second Battle. Despicable. Is this still the strongest generation? Lin Ling is a rising star. How can you use such a method against a rising star? Many people could not bear to watch any longer and mocked. All is fair in war. Do you think that a battle between martial artists is a clash of strength? Strategy is also very important. However, there were also many voices of rebuttal. Sha Ying's attack was clearly not strong and could not hurt Lin Ling. After Lin Ling broke the sand blade, his face became even gloomier. The heaven-crossing star ranking battle is a test of the strength of the first generation. In order to win, you are unscrupulous. Do you think you can continue on the path of martial arts? It's none of your business. Anyway, everyone knows that you are stronger than me. I will not lose face if I lose. On the contrary, if you lose to me, the one who will lose face will be you. Xianxia shouted coldly. His words were as if he was reprimanding Lin Ling. He was not ashamed, but proud. Hearing this, Lin Ling did not waste any more words. His body moved and shot towards Xianxia. Billowing killing intent filled the air. So fast. At this time, Xianxia discovered that Lin Ling's speed was even more terrifying than before. Moreover, flames appeared around Lin Ling. I heard that Lin Ling can use fire path martial arts to increase his strength and speed. Now that I see it, it is true. Xianxia muttered to himself. He had investigated Lin Ling and knew that Lin Ling had the evil flame change. Now, he should be using the heaven and earth change. And this was Lin Ling's ultimate trump card. He did not expect that Lin Ling would use his ultimate trump card. This made him very excited because not only did he achieve his goal, but he also greatly surpassed it. Unfortunately, he did not know that the heaven and earth change was not his ultimate trump card. The current Lin Ling had already reached the heaven change. Boom! Unsurprisingly, Xianxia was destroyed again. But soon, the sand fog spread and Xianxia appeared on the other side, reviving again. As expected of the undying Sand Emperor body. This kind of opponent was extremely difficult to deal with. If he didn't die, he wouldn't die. Moreover, Xianxia didn't give Lin Ling a chance to rest. The sand blade slashed at Lin Ling, constantly harassing Lin Ling like a fly. Boom! Of course, Lin Ling easily destroyed the sand blade and chased after Xianxia. Boom! The sand shadow exploded again. This was the third time. Next, it was the fourth time. The fifth time. The sixth time. This battle seemed to be endless. However, the situation was getting more and more troublesome for Lin Ling. Lin Ling's injuries haven't recovered yet, but he's already been entangled by the sand shadow. Moreover, I'm afraid that Lin Ling has already used 80% of his strength. If this goes on, Lin Ling will lose the second battle. Many people shook their heads secretly. They did not think highly of Lin Ling, especially Genji from Resplendent Academy. He was very familiar with Lin Ling's strength and was very certain. Lin Ling, come and fight me. Xianxia was getting more and more arrogant. He even took out a wine bottle to drink. He was extremely arrogant. As for his attitude, Lin Ling didn't say a word. Moreover, he didn't need to be harassed and chased after the sand shadow. It seemed like he didn't intend to recover his strength and was going to fight with his life. When he noticed this scene, Xianxia started to feel fearful. Moreover, Xianxia grew more and more panicked after he was blasted to death 3 more times. He was just a cockroach when compared to Lin Ling. Who would have expected that Lin Ling would actually go all out just to kill a cockroach like him? Wait. Boom. Xianxia had just made a sound when Lin Ling punched him. Don't tell me you want to die together with me? Xianxia had a bad premonition. I want to see if your talent is undying. Lin Ling's voice was firm and cold. Thump. Xianxia's heart skipped a beat when he heard that. Although he seemed to be undying, there was a limit to the number of times he could be killed. If he didn't have a month to recover, he would die for real. However, an ordinary person would be disheartened and give up after killing him more than 10 times. Who knew that Lin Ling would continue to fight with him? Lin Ling, you've already used all your strength. Don't you want to rest? Even if you can defeat me, don't you want to consider a second battle? Xianxia quickly suggested. Unfortunately, he was greeted with a punch. Boom! Not only did the punch explode him, but it also smashed his wine bottle, causing the Yun Mountain to fall silent. The people were also frightened by Lin Ling's crazy energy. I don't want to fight anymore. No. Xianxia felt that death was getting closer and closer to him. As the battle continued, Lin Ling seemed to know where he would appear every time he resurrected. Therefore, Lin Ling was waiting for him early. This caused him to die more and more times. Gradually, it reached 49 times. One more time and he would definitely die. However, when he appeared again, Lin Ling was already standing in front of him. He said calmly, "You've wasted a lot of my time, so you've completed the task perfectly. Of course, the price for completing the task is death." "No. No, I admit defeat." "No. Lin Ling, I was wrong. This was only my commandery's idea. You know that I'm a sand-type genius. They used a level 6 martial art to trade with me." "No." At this moment, Xianxia was filled with deep regret. He shouldn't have angered Lin Ling. Because once angered, Lin Ling would kill him quickly. Lin Ling was simply a madman. Perhaps Lin Ling would lose the second battle, but would he be able to see it then? Boom. Unfortunately, all begging for mercy was useless. With a punch, the endless sea of sand exploded, covering the sky and the sun. However, this time, there was no more sand condensed. Instead, it turned into a large amount of sand, sprinkled on the ancient lake and was swallowed by the ancient lake. Xianxia, dead. Xianxia, pathetic. Everyone sighed when they saw this scene. Xianxia was not Lin Ling's opponent at all. His goal was to exhaust Lin Ling, and he achieved it. However, so what if he achieved his goal? Everything was just a wedding dress for someone else. The first battle is related to the trend of the entire battle. Therefore, Lin Ling has to win. However, in order to win this battle, he has put in a lot of effort. The second battle, he's in danger. Many experts were looking at the youth above the ancient lake. For example, Death God, Thunder Sound Mother and the others. They narrowed their eyes and didn't seem to be in a hurry. Now, he's very weak. Yes, I hope I can be selected to fight. The strongest generation of the Sky Surpass University's leaderboard began to stir. They were afraid of Lin Ling in his prime, but they weren't afraid of the injured Lin Ling. Everyone was staring at the strongest generation. They didn't expect their fighting spirit to be high. Seeing this, Lin Ling's expression didn't change. However, he sneered in his heart. His first dantian looked weak, but his second dantian was at its peak. Moreover, the injuries on his body were slowly recovering. These guys wanted to use this opportunity to kill him. They were dreaming. 52nd place, Lu Ruoyu. When the voice rang out, many people's expressions suddenly changed. Lu Ruoyu, the number 1 person in the Sword Principal Department of Tsangling Academy's generation. She was the mentor of countless geniuses. Chapter 27-25. The more he fought, the stronger he became. Lin Ling looked at him and realized that his opponent was not weak. This was an underestimated generation. With his strength, he might be able to enter the top 30. Lin Ling, I'll let you rest. Recover your strength and fight again. Lu Ruoyu's first sentence gave Lin Ling a good impression, but it also made the crowd curse. Lu Ruoyu, you're courting death. After exhausting Lin Ling's energy, Lu Ruoyu actually wanted to let Lin Ling recover. However, Lu Ruoyu did not care about the crowd, which made Lin Ling smile. No need. Let's fight. What a hero. Lu Ruoyu was slightly surprised, then nodded with praise. A blue ancient sword appeared in his hand. When the sword was drawn, the ancient lake roared, and a sharp aura shot out in all directions. I have a 9th grade awakened divine body and a 4th level true god. I have a powerful sword heart. Don't underestimate my sword. As he spoke, Lu Ruoyu had already drawn his sword, and instantly exploded with 30% of his sword heart. The sword passed, and the ancient lake rippled. So fast. This sword has probably reached the speed of 5 realms. Many people cried out in alarm. They realized that Lu Ruoyu's strength did not match his ranking. He was at least in the top 40. Whoosh! The tyrannical Song sword appeared in Lin Ling's hand, and he attacked. Clang! The two figures collided violently, and the tip of their swords collided, creating a piercing sound. In the ancient lake, the lake water suddenly exploded, reaching up to a height of more than 10 meters. One should know that the lake water was as heavy as a realm. From this, one could see how strong the collision of their swords was. Lin Ling's sword has never been weak, but Lu Ruochen seems to be stronger than him. His sword speed is too fast. Someone muttered. Sure enough, Lu Ruoyu's body disappeared immediately after his attack failed, and the sky full of sword shadows surrounded Lin Ling. Ashura sword formation. Seeing this, Lin Ling also exploded with endless black swords to protect himself. Without using the evil flame change, his speed was not as fast as Lu Ruoyu's sword. Moreover, Lu Ruoyu was a strange person. He seemed to be the type that got stronger the more he fought. Clang! Ear-piercing sounds continued to ring out, but Lu Ruoyu's sword simply couldn't get close to Lin Ling. Winged Immortal. Finally, Lu Ruoyu erupted with an even stronger sword Dao. His sword heart had quietly reached 50%. The Omega sword Dao's true meaning of sword. Paragon. When the terrifying sword heart appeared, countless people cried out in alarm. The ultimate sword Dao was an evaluation of one's comprehension of the martial Dao. The deeper one's comprehension of the martial Dao was, the more powerful one's martial Dao would be. In fact, if one reached the pinnacle of the ultimate martial Dao, they would be able to defeat powerful innate talents. They were certain that Lu Ruoyu's ranking was not within the top 40, but within the top 30. As expected, this was a generation that had been underestimated. It was obvious that he was indifferent to fame and fortune, so he didn't try to make a name for himself, making others unfamiliar with him. Lin Ling, are you going to lose the second match? Looking at Lu Ruoyu's sword, many people secretly clenched their fists. If Lin Ling was at his peak, then perhaps this battle would be 50-50. However, Lin Ling was clearly not at his peak. Lin Ling, defeated. Lu Ruoyu's voice was like the might of the heavens, and it was also as sharp as a sword. Looks like I'll have to erupt with 50% of my strength. Lin Ling thought to himself. He already knew that Lu Ruochen wasn't weak, but he didn't reveal 70% of his sword heart. Buzz! The tyrannical song in his hand shook, and 40% of his sword heart also erupted. Moreover, behind Lin Ling, one of the swords also shot out, adding up to exactly 50% of his sword heart. Lin Ling had a good impression of Lu Ruoyu, so Lin Ling didn't intend to kill him. The latter wasn't like Shang, who would admit defeat if he felt that he couldn't win. Boom! 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 The swords collided, and the momentum became even more terrifying. What? You also possess 50% of your sword heart. At the same time, Lu Ruoyu exclaimed. He was the #1 person in the sword principal department of the academy, and he was also a teacher of the academy. From a certain point of view, he was also Lin Ling's master, but now, this rising star wasn't weaker than him. Moreover, he knew that Lin Ling was strong in other areas besides the sword principle. This also meant that he couldn't win against Lin Ling. Senior brother Lu, you've lost. Ignoring Lu Ruoyu's surprise, Lin Ling's indifferent voice drifted out. I can't lose. I have a reason to win. If I defeat you, I'll be able to get the Tear of Tooth. In this way, I'll be able to save my junior sister. Lu Ruoyu said with red eyes, which made Lin Ling's pupils constrict. He thought that Lu Ruoyu, as a proud swordsman, would be different from the others, but Lu Ruoyu was the same as the others. It wasn't for the martial Dao, nor was it to pursue the highest realm of the sword, but for the additional reward. I thought you were a true swordsman, but it's a pity that you're the same as the others. Lin Ling's sword also became frenzied, its momentum heavy. I'm not the same. They use tricks, but I won't. I'll only defeat you fair and square. Unexpectedly, Lu Ruoyu retorted. The sword in his hand buzzed, and he disappeared, which made Lin Ling's eyes constrict. A swordsman was indeed the representative of fighting beyond one's level. Lu Ruoyu obviously didn't have the strength to defeat him, but now his potential was stimulated. Universal sword. That sword obviously communicated with the power of the universe and had the taste of the sword territory. In addition to the 50% sword heart from before, the power was greatly increased. Sure enough, in the next moment, a dazzling sword appeared in front of Lin Ling's eyes, and it was getting closer and closer. This ferocious scene caused the entire Great Cloud Mountain to fall silent. Everyone could see that Lu Ruoyu seemed to have touched the threshold of the sword territory, and the sword territory was a martial art comprehension that was stronger than the sword intent. As expected of the #1 sword genius of our Tsangling Academy. The higher-ups of Tsangling Academy said one after another. To be able to touch the threshold of the ultimate sword Dao, he must be a genius. Lin Ling can't compare to him. Dean Qin also said. His words were praising Lu Ruoyu and belittling Lin Ling. This made many people secretly mock Lin Ling. After all, no matter what, Dean Qin was still from the Resplendent Academy. How could he help an outsider and trample on his own academy's genius? Lu Ruoyu, you have your goals, but I also have my reasons for not being defeated. You can't defeat me. Just as Lu Ruoyu's sword was about to slash, Lin Ling let out a low roar. At this moment, he also erupted with an even stronger sword heart. A sword came from the horizon. The 60% sword heart also surged out at this moment, crushing Lu Ruochen's 50% sword heart. Even if the sword touched the sword territory, it was useless. 60%, this Lin Ling is hiding a trump card. He's actually getting stronger as the battle goes on. After noticing Lin Ling's attack, everyone exclaimed in surprise. Dean Qin looked like he had been slapped in the face, and he was instantly speechless. In terms of sword Dao, Lin Ling was obviously more powerful than Lu Ruoyu. Rumble. The two swords collided, and Lu Ruoyu, who had disappeared, finally reappeared. She spat out a mouthful of blood and looked extremely dispirited. Chapter 27-26. There was no more sword Dao. Whoosh. The powerful 60% sword heart caused Lu Ruoyu to be seriously injured, and her body was smashed towards the ancient lake. Defeat. This thought rose in everyone's mind. Trash, you lost so quickly. You didn't even use up Lin Ling's energy. The left Prime Minister's disciple snorted coldly. Obviously, he was the one who had made the deal with Lu Ruoyu. As for Lu Ruoyu, he was still smashed into the ancient lake. If he was submerged by the ancient lake, he would definitely die. The water of the ancient lake was the water of the great clouds, the weight of 10,000 worlds. However, at this moment, an arm suddenly appeared in front of him and grabbed his wrist. When he looked up, he realized that it was Lin Ling. Lin Ling saved him? Lu Ruoyu's heart thundered. Although you came here with a purpose, you are magnanimous and have the aura of a swordsman. You are upright and outspoken. Lin Ling looked down at Lu Ruoyu. His impression of Lu Ruoyu was still quite good. Lu Ruoyu's expression changed drastically, but at this time, a cold voice sounded in his ears, the poison in your junior sister's body can only be cured by the tears of the tooth. Therefore, if you can't injure Lin Ling, then the tears of the tooth will not belong to you. Now is your best chance. The voice caused Lu Ruoyu's expression to change drastically. Lin Ling had saved him, and he wanted to attack Lin Ling? However, when he thought of the poison his junior sister was suffering from, he immediately threw caution to the wind. Thousand Feather Sword. He roared, and a sword shot over from afar like a flying immortal. This guy. The eyes of the people from Great Cloud Mountain widened when they saw that. Lin Ling saved Lu Ruoyu, but in the process of saving her, Lu Ruoyu actually launched a sneak attack on Lin Ling? Even Lin Ling's expression changed drastically. The reason he'd saved Lu Ruoyu was because Lu Ruoyu was magnanimous. But who would have imagined that Lu Ruoyu would go with the flow in the end? Just as this thought appeared in his mind, a sword pierced through Lin Ling's chest, and fresh blood blossomed like a flower. Bang! At the same time, Lu Ruoyu leaped up and held the sword in his hand. He wanted to slash out again, but in the end, he held back. This was because his goal was to severely injure Lin Ling, so he didn't want to kill Lin Ling. Moreover, he felt very guilty. In fact, even his sword Dao and martial heart were shaken. And after Lin Ling was penetrated by the sword, his body fell towards the ancient lake, causing many people's expressions to change. Sure enough, he's going to lose the second battle. A swordsman against a swordsman, appreciating each other. Unfortunately, he underestimated his own seduction. Even a swordsman with a firm will would be swayed by him, and would use any means to attack. Poor Lin Ling. Everyone shook their heads and sighed. They were not surprised by this scene. Dean Qin's gloomy face was replaced with an excited smile. Lin Ling had been defeated. Unfortunately, she was too optimistic. Ashura sword formation. Bang! Lin Ling still fell towards the ancient lake, but he roared, and 365 swords shot out crazily. His target was Lu Ruoyu. The tyrannical Song sword was among them, and there were also 3 swords of sword heart. Each sword killed the heart. Lin Ling can still unleash his full strength? Shock immediately appeared in Lu Ruoyu's eyes. He didn't expect Lin Ling to be able to counterattack at such a crucial moment. He raised the sword in his hand, trying to block Lin Ling's sword. However, among the 365 swords, there were 4 that he couldn't block. Because, combined, it was a full 70% sword heart. Clang! Clang! 4 consecutive sounds rang out, and the sword in Lu Ruoyu's hand broke. A cry of surprise floated out from his mouth. 70% sword heart. Bang! As soon as he said this, the ancient lake exploded. It turned out that 60% sword heart wasn't Lin Ling's limit. This guy had 70% sword heart. 70%. Even the elders of the academy didn't have such terrifying comprehension of the sword. At the same time, countless swords were aimed at Lu Ruoyu, as if they would kill him in an instant. You've lost. Under the ancient lake, Lin Ling's figure slowly floated up. He touched the sword wound on his chest with one hand and looked at Lu Ruoyu with a cold expression. Everyone thought that he was seriously injured, but no one knew that he had already recovered from most of his injuries. Therefore, at the crucial moment, he forcefully stopped his speed and escaped from the ancient lake. You, kill me. Lu Ruoyu looked at Lin Ling dispiritedly. He didn't expect that he couldn't defeat Lin Ling even with a sneak attack. Lin Ling's strength was beyond his imagination, and at this moment, he suddenly regretted it. Because, he had violated his own martial heart. Because of a moment of greed, he had violated his own principles. Unfortunately, Lin Ling shook his head and disdained to make a move. This made Lu Ruoyu spit out a mouthful of blood. He suddenly knew that even if Lin Ling didn't kill him, it would be difficult for him to rise again. Because, he relied on his persistence to possess such a powerful sword heart. But now, his persistence was also compromised. This meant that he no longer had sword Dao. And to a swordsman, having no sword Dao was worse than being killed. I've lost. Lu Ruoyu left step by step, his back view bleak. However, Lin Ling didn't sympathize with him, because this was the wrong path that Lu Ruoyu had chosen. Lu Ruoyu is a piece of trash. Previously, he could have injured Lin Ling again, but this guy went soft. What a waste of my expression. Seeing Lu Ruoyu leave, angry curses could be heard. However, the strongest generation of the heavenly surpass rankings all smiled excitedly. Because Lin Ling was injured again, and this time, his injuries weren't light. This was the best opportunity. As for the others, they also looked at the blue-robed youth in the sky and realized that his long robe was already stained with blood. However, he still stood between heaven and earth like an undefeatable god of war. At this moment, their hearts were filled with admiration. Lin Ling, can you still fight? How about taking a break? An ancient expert suggested. Lin Ling had been fighting continuously since the third round. Now that his chest had been pierced by a sword, could he still fight? If you can't fight, you can mention it, but it also means that you admit defeat. However, at this moment, the cold voice in the sky sounded again. Then, without waiting for Lin Ling's reply, the opponent for the third round appeared. Ranked 67th, Kong Gao Fei. Drawing lots was extremely dependent on luck, and this time, the opponent was obviously weaker than Lu Ruoyu. However, Lin Ling was already exhausted. This meant that even if the opponent's strength wasn't as good as his, it was still possible to defeat him. It's finally my turn. A skinny young man took the lead and laughed loudly. He walked towards the ancient lake. Strangely, countless shadows appeared behind him, making it difficult to distinguish between the real and the fake. I'll kill you in 3 moves. Compared to the previous strongest generation, this one called Kong Gao Fei was clearly very confident. I'd like to see how long he can hold on. Thunder Sound Mother also shouted. As the battle continued, Lin Ling became weaker and weaker. Fiery explosion, go to hell. Chapter 27:27. The more he fought, the more courageous he became. Looks like his injuries are getting worse. The crowd muttered to themselves as a saying appeared in their minds, enough ants can bite an elephant to death. No matter how powerful an elephant was, it would fall sooner or later after being bitten by countless ants. Lin Ling, you're going to die a pitiful death. As for Kong Gaofei, he was incomparably excited. Killing Lin Ling would earn him a favor from the Thunder Manor, Azure Dragon Manor, and even the Grim Reaper and left Prime Minister Mensheng. However, at this moment, Lin Ling finally raised his head. His eyes were cold. His fists were filled with killing intent as he punched out. Rumble. Sparks flew in all directions as if the clouds were on fire. Moreover, a terrifying figure leaped through the clouds and soared into the sky. Isn't he very weak? Kong Gaofei seemed to have yet to react. He was tongue-tied. Boom. However, there was no need for him to react because Lin Ling's fist pierced through his chest. Moreover, Lin Ling's right arm was raised high in the air as he stared coldly at the Great Cloud Mountain. There are still 7 battles left. Those who step onto the ancient cloud lake will die regardless of whether there is any enmity between us. His merciless voice silenced the Great Cloud Mountain. The crowd seemed to have sensed that Lin Ling was finally going to start a massacre. Perhaps, Lu Ruoyu had let Lin Ling know that the Sky Surpass rankings had changed. Therefore, he could only kill to stop his killing. In fact, Lin Ling was not a person who killed indiscriminately. Therefore, he did not reveal his killing intent at the beginning because some people did not want to kill him. They were only looking forward to a battle with him. However, he gradually realized that he was too naive. Boom. Subsequently, Kong Gaofei's body exploded. Blood rained down from the sky. It was a ghastly sight. The Great Cloud Mountain remained silent. The third battle was even more straightforward than the previous ones. It was actually a one-punch kill. Wasn't Lin Ling getting weaker as he fought? At this moment, many people's hearts trembled violently. So arrogant. Are you trying to tell everyone that you're still strong? However, at this moment, a cold laugh came from the Sky Surpass rankings. Many people looked over and discovered that the one who spoke was the left minister's disciple. Moreover, people were pondering over his words and suddenly understood. The reason why Lin Ling was so insolent was that he wanted to intimidate the opponent through domineering methods. In reality, he was just a medic on the outside. Alright, there are still 7 matches left. I want to see if he can maintain his arrogance. On the Azure Dragon Manor's side, mocking laughter rang out. Clearly, they thought that Lin Ling was getting weaker and weaker. After hearing their words, the crowd also secretly nodded their heads. They also felt that Lin Ling was deliberately mystifying things. If things went wrong, he might lose the next match. Referee, please draw lots immediately. Cold snorts quietly sounded out one after another. Everyone wanted to see how many rounds the young man on the ancient lake could win. What an arrogant fellow. He actually provoked so many forces. I saw that not only the Thunder Sound Manor, but even the Radiant Academy seemed to be targeting him. Not far from the Great Cloud Mountain, several figures sat there, smiling as they looked at the front. The one who spoke was a white-haired old man. He wore a long robe with 8 trigrams, and there was a star between his eyebrows. That star emitted light ripples from time to time. If someone looked into his eyes, they would probably lose themselves in an instant. This was obviously a monstrous expert. I think he can win 2 more matches at most. In the 3rd round, he clearly came out with heavy injuries. Moreover, his chest was pierced by a sword. His injuries worsened. That's right. Most importantly, his world essence recovers very slowly. It seems like he's relying on his physical strength to defeat his opponent. His physical strength can allow him to rampage for a period of time, but it won't be of much help when facing the strongest generation. The others also spoke one after another. These people wore a cold expression and wore large cloaks. If they weren't from the Divine Dynasty, then they were from the Myriad World's ancient sect. With their strength, they could see where Lin Ling's weakness was. That's not necessarily true. I think that other than the Grim Reaper, no one is a match for him. He's just mocking all the heroes now. However, at this moment, a young voice suddenly sounded. It was a child about 8 or 9 years old. He had his hands behind his back and looked ahead with a smile. Such a child was still young, but his words were like that of an old man. It gave people a very strange feeling. However, after hearing his words, the surrounding people's expressions changed drastically. Why are you so sure? The terrifying thing was that not only did the masters not think that the child was fooling around, but they also believed the child's words. Have you forgotten who I am? The child looked like he was carved out of jade, and he looked extremely cute. However, when they heard the child's words, they immediately frowned. Although they felt that it was impossible, the child's origin and identity made them believe the child's words. It's really strange. He clearly used up so much of his world essence and was seriously injured. He shouldn't be able to fight many matches. That's right. That's right. Although my current opponents aren't strong, the strongest generation within the top 30 aren't easy to deal with. That's right. The Titans of Mount Tai and North Star spoke one after another. However, the child still acted like an old man. With his hands behind his back, he muttered to himself, "It's really strange. He actually gives me a familiar feeling." Yes. Then, he looked at the masters with a smile and said, "Do you want to try a bet?" Yes. As soon as he said this, the faces of the old monsters changed drastically. They all waved their hands and said, "Bet again?" "No, we're scared of losing." Yes. Obviously, this was not the first time something like this had happened. Although I don't know why he can win, anything is possible in Huanyu. For example, what if he has 2 dantians? Yes. The child curled his lips and guessed in all kinds of boring ways. Who would have 2 dantians? Senior Tong Man really likes to joke. One of the old men immediately laughed, causing the child to shake his head. It was not much because Lin Ling's fourth opponent had appeared. And this opponent was not weak at all. He was truly ranked in the top 30 of the strongest generation. Ranking, 25th. His realm was the 5th level of the true God realm. He even had a divine body. Such an opponent was undoubtedly a great enemy. Many people even thought that even if Lin Ling was at his peak, he might not be the strongest generation's opponent. Lin Ling, your luck has come. The person who appeared in the ancient lake was actually a woman. A woman wearing a black robe and a veil covering her face. Black leaf demonic energy, Xianxia. Did you kill Lei Tianlan? She's my junior sister. The woman said indifferently. She had the symbol of the Flying Dragon organization on her body. Who would have thought that she was an assassin? You want to let me have 3 moves again?